what I'm saying is Try refreshing because it's recognized the. Shh, 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 shh. Don't forget that this broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020.
to the Mangaung Oval at Bloemfontein. My name is Dave Mutu. Alongside me is Tsepo Tyler. Tsepo, we were slightly delayed with some of the technical difficulties that we've had this side, but we are here. We're excited, and you have missed a little bit if you haven't been watching because you haven't heard the sulky sounds. Silky sounds? Sulky sounds? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, South Africa have been bowled out. That's the news from the Mangaung Oval this morning. The men to fall were Michal Pretorius. He was out bowled through a ball that jagged off the seam and came back and it clipped the middle of middle stump, really. Or the top of middle stump. We didn't do warm ups today, that's why. Then after him, Pranal Sabran was given out leg before, and then immediately in the first delivery that he faced, Mutu Sukamla was dismissed. So South Africa A will now bowl. Marco Janssen from the Loch Logan and Prithvi Shaw. 2 slips and a gully in place. It's on the hips, and he's worked that way down to the fine leg region where Sukamla does the fielding. But Tsepo, it's been a busy morning in terms of the South African squad being named. It's a squad that is very large. 21 guys, you called it. A couple of guys that you've liked to have seen. We spoke slightly off air about the fact that there's been a call for a lot larger squads, far larger squads that we've seen in the past. It was 18, I believe, that went to the Pakistan series in West Indies, pretty much a similar size squad. But in this case, we've seen 21 being selected. Looks like Abhimanyu Iyaswaran is going to open the batting with Prithvi Shaw. Remember, Panchal misses out in this game. We all thought Hanima Bahari might be at the top, but Iyaswaran will begin.
Yes, Dave.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're talking about some of the SAA players here, the players that are playing in this test match. Oh, yes, also good morning to the viewers. Great to be back on board. Glenton Steedman, Marco Janssen, 2 names that stand out immediately. I know that's on the Twitter poll yesterday. Marco Janssen won by a landslide. The Twitter poll that asked who's going to make a difference in this game. Once again, not out at the crease, holding his bat at the end of the innings, and also contributing nicely here with the ball, opening the bowling with the new ball.
Oh, that's an ugly one. Yeah, because 72% as opposed to Ishan Porel's 23%, and then others only got 4%. But we do have another Twitter poll up today. Go to the page at Coach Dave 93. We're asking, now that the CSA BCCI series has been confirmed, who's going to come away victorious. We're asking particularly in the Test series. South Africa narrowly ahead at the moment, 48% to India's 34, and 18% of you all for a draw. But the Twitter poll is not closed yet. Still 22 hours available for you to share your information. Ample time. Square him up there. That's a lovely delivery there from Marco Janssen. And we'll give you the squad at the end of this squad. But yeah, if you want to hashtag it SS Cricket or hashtag SAAVINDI. But it's been a busy morning here at Tsepo. 3 wickets to fall. South Africa A bowled out, and now with a deficit of 267. Again off the hips. They obviously attacking the pads there of Abhimanyu Iyaswaran. 2 from the over.
The Indians made quick work here of the South African tail, unlike the last test where Glenton Steedman held his bat quite well towards the end of the innings, contributing very nicely with some scintillating drives. Has some very decent form, and putting his hand up for selection. And it's good to see that the selectors have been watching.
Definitely, there's some newer names, a couple of first-time call-ups as well. Last ball of the over. It's a great stop there by Tony de Zorzi, and that is the end of the first over of the South African A or the Indian A reply. A couple of changes. into the squad there. Tsepo, do you want to run us through the squad and then we'll pick out some notable names?
100%. It starts with the captain and vice captain, Dean Algar and Temba Bavuma. Quinton de Kock, KG Rabada, the experienced campaigners. Also, Sarnal Advia, another name we forgot to mention, who's impressed in the A series and has done quite well. Bjorn Hendricks, George Linda, Keshav Maharaj as bowling options, and Lungi Ngidi as well. He's also been doing well. Aidan Markram, who's been doing well in the T20 campaign, he's also in the team. We have Jan Mulder, Heinrich Nokia, Keegan Peterson, and Keegan Peterson. I like to see him in the squad because was the last time we saw him was at the West Indies. It was quite some time ago as well. So not hasn't been playing a lot of Test cricket. Has been doing well in the domestic limited overs format. Rassi van der Dissen, Carl Verena, as mentioned, Marco Janssen and Glenton Stierman, and Pernille Subrian as well, who's in this game here, making his SAA debut. We saw Ken Borland actually showed us that he's making his SAA debut. And to wrap things up, Sisanda Magala, Ryan Rickleton, and Duan Olifield.
It's a great shot there. He's just leaned on the front foot there and smashed it away through the covers. Glorious shot for four there. He'll be happy with that one. Good to get off to a good start here. I think these two would love to get going with some stuff, but hopefully they're able to build a nice platform. But yeah, Dwan Olivier doing really well. I believe it's 28 wickets in the current domestic 4-day competition at the moment, Seppo, and so they'll be looking to see a little bit more of him. Ryan Rickleton, who's I believe averaging 93. We looked yesterday that he's really having a great go of things in the domestic 4-day competition, particularly this year's edition of that competition. But Sipamla now from the Willows End. Just leave that alone. Outside the off stump does Prithvi, it's Abhimanyu Yaswara, and he's taken his jersey off.
So Pamela bowling here, must say, is a surprise omission for some. Some believe that, or some still
Hold
heart,
out hope.
yeah, or heart sore at least about Duan Olifir when he took his Colpack deal. Now coming back feels like taking back an ex. Some say. Um,
But he's richly deserved it, Tsepo.
no
I don't
doubt.
think there's any doubt in his performance. It's down the leg side, and that's going to go for 4 buys. Oh, that's frustrating. It's frustrating.
That's not ideal from Luto Sapamla. Has started off a little bit loose, giving a freebie on the offside, and now runs don't get more free than this, David. Very strained down the leg side, nowhere near the batsman. Beshile despairing dive, but to no avail. 4 buys should be wide. So that's on the keeper. Won't be happy with that.
Yeah, Tsepo. I mean, if I'm looking at the squad as well, I mean, there's 4 wicket-keeping options there as well. I mean, you've got De Kock, you've got Calvarena, you've got Ryan Rickleton, and Keane Peterson, who's been doing some keeping this season for the Hollywood Vets Dolphins. Leave that alone. Outside the off stump does Yaswara. 10 for 1, 10 for naught after 1.3.
Always good to have some backup keepers, but more importantly, good to have people handy with the bat. South Africa needs to make some big runs, and there are gaps in the middle order in this inexperienced batting lineup. Pretty excited to see this. Having discussions on a podcast yesterday about how it's a young, quite inexperienced team, but still very, very exciting prospects, and no better test than against one of the best teams when it comes to tests.
Yeah, and South Africa would desperately want to do better in this edition of the World Test Championship. Tsepo. They've just been underperforming, really, frustratingly so for South African fans in the last little while. We've been we've been watching what's going on in the Test squad, and they would want to do a little bit better showing at the World Test Championship in this edition. New Zealand coming out victors in the previous edition of it. So yeah, good to start, like you said, against the best. Oh, that's
Oof.
just narrowly avoided the bat. Narrowly avoided the bat, Tsepo.
A great way to end the over. An over that seemed a little bit expensive. 8 from it. 2, 4, sorry. two fours that were freebies. Had to
Mm.
just make sure about that one. But yeah, he'll want to come back and do a little better. India sitting on 10 for 0 after 2 overs.
So bit of a brisk start here for them. 258 now the deficit. So South Africa A would want to make sure that they keep things tight early on and perhaps pick up a wicket. My predictions were right. We were talking about new ball bowling pairs, and we've got just that. Marco Jansen and Lutus Apamla opening the bowling for the South African A team. Two slips and a gully in place. Always hit him in front, but there's a bit of a not so soon, not so quick. Not really yet there when it comes to the appeal. So the slips are Sorrel Avia, the man who's going to the Protea squad, Zubair Hamza, who doesn't manage to get a call up for this series. You've got Prenalan Sobrian at Gully region, and then you've got a man at point, Tony Dezorzi. In the covers, you've got Sonaran Mutasami, it looks like, or perhaps a Kai Zonda. Looks maybe it's a Kai Zonda there
It is a Kaizondo,
at
yes, I
cover
can
region.
confirm.
Michael Pretorius at Miron, rather. Captain Peter Malan is now going to have to chase. That's a great shot. He's overpitched Has Janssen, and there's going to be two, maybe three, but they a little bit more restful as they go through for the two there.
Very clean shot. Clean shot from the batsman there. Almost knocked the non-striker, but got out the way very well.
We didn't want to see another calamitous run out,
Oh, you hate to see those, you truly
particularly
do.
because of the way that things went in the last game around Captain Peter Malan being run out after hitting Reinhard van Tonder at the non-strikers end. I think you run out the captain and then you drop for the next game. You make it very. Oh, what a lovely short ball there! Good response there from Marco Janssen. You maybe want to think about two decisions then again. I don't know if he's maybe guilty of running out the captain, but certainly involved in the running out of the captain.
I wouldn't say he was guilty. That was a very unfortunate way to go. Wasn't his fault. It was going towards him. Tried to dodge it, but Peter Malan had his head down already. He was very, very convinced of the run, and there was no going back. And yeah, he was already very far down the pitch. If he did run that Reinhard van Tonder, he could have been in trouble. But we've seen some, I wouldn't say lackluster running, but flat-footed running from one or two of the South Africans at the non-strikers end. Something that they'll definitely want to work on.
Something, T, that we also note with this South African squad, you can find it on Cricket South Africa's social medias. But if you look at that squad, Seppo, there's a couple of spinners more than we would perhaps be used to. Pranal and Sobrian and George Linde included in the squad. You would look more at that kind of number of spinners going into a series in the subcontinent perhaps, but not really a home series.
Yeah, the inclusion of all these spinners, it's quite exciting. It shows that, oh, a lovely little glance off the hips here. Lutus Apamla has a lot of work to do here at fine leg. A great diving stop to prevent the boundary and throws it in as the batsmen take their runs. But yes, it shows that South Africa are moving forward with the times. It's not the case that we only go with our fast bowlers, our premier fast bowlers, because we take our pride in fast bowlers. But much like what India did with fast bowlers, in fact, we're trying something that's not necessarily in our comfort zone, in inverted commas. And it's good to see that progression in how the South African setup looks like. But to be fair, 21 players in the squad here, so anything can happen. The 11 is what counts.
Oh, that so nearly could have gone back onto the stumps of Prithvi Shaw. Drove at it very hard, but just an inside edge there onto his pads. End of the Janssen over. Three done, 14 without loss, and the Indians going along at 4.7. So, Tsepo, you've spoken about bringing in spinners as a continuous learning opportunity or a path for growth. We spoke at length about the Indian fast bowling stocks yesterday and how they've grown and how India have ensured that their players have been given opportunities so that you create a squad depth. So that if if there's COVID cases, that you're not gonna find yourself short if there's a couple of infections, that you are able to cover yourself. But
Mm.
you've just got to give your guys an opportunity to play. It's defended there, and there's a decline for a run there. But good to see Lungi Ngidi in as well. Tsepo, he was left out of the SA squad through his unfortunate contracting of COVID-19. So it's good to see he's included in the squad despite some challenges lately.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ngidi, he hasn't played a lot of cricket lately. Has taken a dip in form. Didn't play much IPL either, which isn't good to see from a South African perspective. He was a very, very talented bowler, but sort of fallen off the radar. But oof. Ooh, that one takes a thick outside edge. Gully despairing dive to their left, but the second slip is running to the boundary to retrieve that ball as the batsmen take three, think of a fourth, and decide against the chair. Unlucky for Supamla, but as I was saying, Lungi Gidi's been not playing a lot of cricket, but last time he played for South Africa in the Test, that threatening trio of Ngidi, Rabada and Nokia were very difficult to face for the West Indies. So he does have the quality, but he just needs to find his form again. Hope he does.
And I think you spoke about that trio of fast bowlers. That's essentially what every test team would want. You want the trio of fast bowlers, and perhaps a quartet with somebody who can bat a little bit more. That's the bonus.
That would be ideal. That would be ideal. And lots of speculation about, or at least not speculation, lots of 11s that people are thinking of. Some people believing that Vian Mulder deserves that. His bowling, without a doubt, is good, but some doubt his batting. Marco Janssen has put his hand up there as an all rounder that can offer you quite a lot. He can offer you something with the bat, he can offer you
Left arm as well.
exactly that left arm variation as well. So Duan Ulifield as well is very similar to the other bowlers, but at the same time, he's knocking on the door. You can't ignore his performances in the domestic setup at all.
Absolutely not. And Lutus Apamla, who's conceded 3 from the over so far.
A jaff of a delivery that showing what he's got. Does Pamela here. It's always good to see him get a great delivery. But fact of the matter is the amount of pace bowling in this country, quality pace bowling, it's incredible. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at that squad as well. I mean, we were discussing it. I think it was yesterday, and we discussed it at length around this squad and who we'd like to see and who we maybe wouldn't like to see on that list.
Ooh,
Lovely
Sipamla.
delivery there. He's just hung the bat out as Prithvi Shaw, but Sapamla is bowling a better line and length. He's got his rhythm now, you would think, at the final ball here, or the one to come in this second over of his.
Oh, he definitely has tightened up, David. Two loose deliveries in the last over, but in this over, no runs the except the three that runs that he wouldn't mind conceding.
Yeah, he's building pressure nicely. Oh, that is
Oh,
straight in front, and there's a massive shot from the South Africans.
beautiful!
He's got a wicket. Lutus Supamla straightened back into the right-handed Prithvi Shaw. He looks at umpire Jacobs and says, well, how, maybe, possibly, but Jacobs raises his left finger there and he's out.
A beautiful setup here from Sipamla, constantly going on that off stop line, and then all of a sudden the one that crashes into the stumps. It was a lot fuller. It got to Shaw a lot. Just smacked him square on the ankle. What a delivery there! What a setup! You got to love when a bowling plan comes together, and that's exactly what we saw. That was beautiful.
You spoke, Tepo, exactly about that plan. He wasn't unhappy with that 3 earlier in the piece, and so exactly what he was hoping for is what he sees. It will be good for his confidence. He's unfortunately left out of the South African squad, Tepo, and He'll be wanting to show the selectors that maybe they should have another look at him for a possible selection later. But Clinton Steerman has really done well. 7 for 99 in in the second game rather, and really just showing his class.
Yeah, Clinton Steedman, someone that it's difficult to ignore him. And as we've said, he's been in and around the squad selection for a while. Almost played in that West Indies series before he got injured. And his qualities, they are a bit inconsistent from time to time. Too many no balls for one's liking. But at the same time, you can't deny his quality. So once he just sorts out his discipline, sorts out those no balls, he can also get a good look in. It's someone else with a similar quality, but just a few no balls. Sasanda Magala, and you know a lot about him. He's a Lions boy. Did very well in the Pakistan series. Can bowl quite a good Yorker as well.
Yeah, he had a better comeback. I think his first game was an absolute howler, and
Mm.
I'm sure he can agree with that. It was like watching a. Sometimes you just want to help and jump in, but yeah, definitely a difficult debut for him. But like you said, he came back very nicely. He's also had success at the Lions when it came to the white ball stuff, but it's
Mm.
this season that he's really come to the fore with his performances. It's been that quartet of Lions bowlers. We see one here, Luther Sapamla. The other two are in that squad, Dwan Orafir and Sisanda Makala. The only man who's not involved in anything is Malusi Siboto, so he might feel maybe that he could have had a chance, but maybe he might be considered as towards the back end of his career.
Quite an experienced campaigner. I remember him there at the Titans, as you just see. Iraswaran leave that delivery. Padikal came in. Yes, Deepak Padikal is in at the
Devdut.
Devdut.
Mm,
Sorry.
no problem.
Devdut Padikal at the non-strikers end, and we know that Vian on commentary has been very excited to see him, and he's got me as well. I've got the Padikal bug. I'm very keen to see him as well. Can really strike a ball, so keen to see what he has to offer here in the red ball setup.
Yeah, absolutely. So don't forget you can tweet us hashtag SS Cricket and hashtag SAAVINDA as we just see Yaswaran pull out of that shot. Don't forget you can tweet us on those hashtags. But what you can also do is you can go vote in today's poll on my Twitter page at CoachDave93. You can vote now that the CSA and BCCR series has been confirmed. Who's going to come away victorious? We're asking more in the Test series. We'll ask maybe a little bit later about the one-day series later in the day's play, or maybe tomorrow. But so far, South Africa ahead, 47% to India's 34, and only 19% of you are voting for a draw. I'd love to see a victory for someone. Victory for someone. I think India would love to end the year on a high and start the new one on an even better one. You remember last time around, Seppo, that they were in Australia in this December period, so they'll want to almost replicate that sort of performance.
Quite a success story that, as
Oh,
that one just left
lovely.
on the outside, erring on his lines there. Janssen giving way too much width, and Erswaran middle that sent that past the diving point fielder, and that race to the point boundary. He goes to 12 now, and India on 21 for one.
Yeah, somebody joked about the fact that there was no sound this morning because the Indian bowlers were keeping South Africans quiet. What a shot! He's just opened the blade there, and Tony Dazorzi diving in despair. But yeah, I don't know if it was the fact that the SA batsmen were quiet, but certainly they were on top of the South African batsmen, were the Indian A bowlers. 3 wickets very early this morning, and good to see that there's a lovely contest here. We're not sitting back and allowing the game to be dictated by one or the other. What a lovely short ball as well, just coming
Mm.
back. We've seen a lot of movement, Seppo, back into the right-handers, and it's proved successful, not only for Sipamla, but in the way that India A closed out their inning, or the South African innings.
Ample movement here on offer for the pace bowlers. So we were treated to a pace bowling masterclass once again, Shaha. doing very well, cleaning up the tail. That's what you need, and he's showed his IPL quality. Could move the ball either side, swing one way, swing the other way. So it's very, very good to see that.
Marco Jansen left arm over the wicket. It's a little bit of a wider one this time, so the variety away and in. You'll know that yesterday Ishan Kishan was wicket keeping when play got underway, but went off because of a lower back strain. We have been trying to find out whether or not he will be batting or not. We'll definitely try and keep you updated on that.
He is in the dugout at the moment, right there, not too far away from putting on his pads. Could potentially see him. So yeah, don't expect him to be out necessarily, but yeah, a very talented player can really get the scoreboard ticking quite quickly. So it's always nice to see when someone tees off nicely. It's just quality. Don't forget, as David has been saying, hashtag SS Cricket is the hashtag to use if you want to chat to us. Share with us your starting 11s now that the SA squad has been announced. We'd love to hear. As this one clipped off the pads, a very well played delivery, a bit too straight from Luto Sapamna. It's running to the boundary, but the man at mid wicket did a lot of running to chase that down and fires that in. Saves one run, very, very valuable. Just erring on his lines there was Sapamna. But yes, please do share your 11s, your starting 11s for the South Africans since the squad has been announced. You can easily find those squads all over social media.
Yeah, Pranjal Messi fan is speaking about Devdutt Parikal, saying he's done well domestically. It's just driven hard, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary. It's a lovely shot. He's not going to miss out on a half volley like that. And all Peter Malan can do is turn his back and run to go collect that ball from the boundary. Pranjal Messi fan talking about Devdutt Parikal, done some work in the domestic scene, but he doesn't use his feet as much. And according to Pranjal Messi fan, says he struggles against the shorter ball. So he'll be tested, no doubt, by Marco Jansen.
Some inside info. Thank you, Pranjal Messi fan. Maybe the coaching staff are listening in. Maybe they noticed the same thing. But we'll definitely be looking out for a lot of short balls to Devdutt. So Pamela coming in. Fuller delivery there. Gets the line right. Well kept out by Ioswara. So Dave, what do you think about Michal Pretorius? Do you think he's going to make an impression here on his home ground? I think he's going to make it very difficult for the Indian paces, for the Indian batsmen. My apologies.
So again, just opens the blade, tries to defend this slightly squarer than the ball maybe suggested, slightly wider on the crease as well. So you're talking about Michal Pretorius, and he's a local man here. He came down to the Knights from the Imperial Lions, and they have wonderful performance with some of the white ball formats
Mm-hmm.
previously in last summer, not this summer, but he'll want to put in a solid performance. Missing out in game 1 and 2, but definitely would like to put his name at the front of the minds of selectors because they short ball and a no ball as well.
Oof.
So umpire Jacobs extends his arm. You just see him there. Michal's selection or omission from the test squad does not preclude him from being selected for the white ball one-day squad. So I think anybody who has been left out of the squad could still put in perhaps a showing that may lead to their selection in the squad for the white ball series.
Tons of potential here. A lot of potential prospects, a lot of young, up and coming players. This one solidly defended. But yes, lots of young guns, not so experienced campaigners, putting their hands up. Do you think that's something that we don't like seeing? When the squad's very big, but no one gets a look in. People don't get that game opportunity. Do you think we'll see something similar there, or do you think that the coaching staff with Cricket South Africa would be looking to blood young players, give them as much experience in the middle as possible, leading up to some sort of tournament?
I think they're looking at the squad over the length of the Test Championships. I think it's not just a short term view, but a long term one. I'm going to leave you in the company of Ken Borland, so don't forget that you can tweet hashtag SSCricket or SAAVINDA.
Finally, we have the legend himself, Ken Borland, in the commentary box. Ken, how are you doing?
Morning, Chepo. Morning, listeners. What a beautiful day to be at the Mungoing Oval, and wonderful to watch some quality cricket. As that could well be four leg buys. I think a bit of swing there, perhaps for Marco Jansen.
So we've definitely seen the ball moving. We saw Chaha get a lot of swing. Uh, Even with an older ball, the ball was moving here. So conditions might work in their favor. Not a lot of cloud cover here. So maybe just the nature of the pitch, the nature of the new ball here, or the quality of the boners being able to extract that amount of swing.
There are some clouds in the distance sweeping across the landscape. A bit of a southwesterly breeze blowing this morning as well, which could be helping Marco Jansen a bit.
Small breeze, not too bad at all, but definitely getting some movement. Oh, that one wraps Padikal on the pads. And so going for that line that's towards the body of the batsman, towards the legs. Not offering too much on the offside with the first two deliveries, but we'll see how this over pans out. Ken, we were discussing 11s, we were discussing selections, omissions, and all that. Do tell us, where do you sit here? You've seen the squad. I believe you even have your own 11, and we'll discuss that after this over. But yeah, a decent shot there from Padikal.
Yeah, it's such a big squad, 21 players, that there's someone for everyone. I think
Hmm.
no one can be too unhappy with the squad because in that bigger squad, your players are bound to be in there. So lots of options for the Proteas. When it comes to the final 11, I think the only real sort of question marks are one specialist batting spot and the makeup of the attack.
Oh, not a bad delivery there from Marco Jansen. Almost clipping that off stump.
So for me, the specialist, the top order batting pretty much chooses itself with Elgar, Markram, Bavuma, Van der Dussen, and Quinny de Kock. You've then got one spot left. Keegan Peterson is the incumbent. I know he did only score 44 runs in 3 innings in the West Indies. They were tough batting conditions, though, and he is averaging 50 this season domestically. That one just left alone this time by Padikal. And so it would probably be a bit hard on Keegan Peterson for him to be dropped. But if the selectors do go that route, then the other guys in contention will be Carl Verreynne, who made his test debut in the West Indies, and Ryan Rickleton, who's in fantastic form this season, 203 innings.
It's interesting that you say that. You see Marco Janssen once again close to the pads, clipped to the leg side, but mid wicket gets that to end the over on a dot. Just four off it, or with the buys, the leg buys rather, 33 for one. But in terms of having conversations about opportunities, and or actually let's chat about that starting 11 that you had there, Ken. Please do share.
Yeah, so the batting I've spoken about, just the composition of the bowling attack. I have to admit, I'm quite excited by the prospect of having Kufisa Rabada, Anrik Nokia, and Duan Ulifia, particularly since the first two tests have been played at SuperSport Park, and the
Mm.
Wanderers where bounce and sometimes inconsistent bounce as well can come into play. So we can really be fiery and aggressive against the Indian batsmen. They might not like that, but the selectors might want a bit of variation, something different from the third frontline seamer. And in that case, you're looking at a Clinton Stearman who gives you a bit of control and a bit of seam movement, or perhaps even and maybe more likely Marco Janssen, who's bowled really, really well in this SAA series and obviously gives you that left hand variation.
So Pamlo continuing from the Willows end. This was defended out quite nicely. And yeah, a name on many people's lips, Marco Janssen. Also, that left-hand variation is it's also a nice to have. But what about the spinners, Ken? What about your Keshav Maharajas? He's definitely not going to move. Uh, maybe Pranil Subrian. Sorry, his name was on the tip of my tongue. I was about to say Mutsami, but that's not who I meant. Maybe he could also get a look in. He's in the squad. Beautiful shot there. Played that to the leg side. The man at mid off on will pick that up. Just two off that. Found the gap quite nicely.
Yeah, just on the spinners, I can't see South Africa playing more than one spinner in the first two tests, so that'll be Keshav Maharaj,
Mm.
who, he's such a good spinner, he can do the holding role as well as being a wicket taker. I guess Newlands, maybe two spinners as a chance. I guess Prenelin Sobrian is there because he offers a bit of variation in terms of not being a orthodox left armer. He's an off spinner, but India don't really have a whole lot of left handers in their top order.
As we just see a very nice drive. It goes straight to Mikhail Pretorius. So bowling options seem pretty sorted except for maybe the one pace bowling slot there, the one that Ngidi would usually fill. But because of his lack of form, his lack of playing time as well, you sort of feel he might feel a bit hard done, but at the same time, he probably knows that he hasn't been playing a lot. Guys have been playing very well while he hasn't been around, and he's good enough to get that spot back, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Lungi and Gidi because he was actually bowling really well before he
Mm.
missed the Sri Lanka tour, I think, for personal reasons, and then got a bit of a niggle and then caught COVID. The only problem with Lungi is that he just hasn't played for so long. He's bowled something like 8 overs since June. So to throw him into a big 5 day test against India might well be a bit too much of a risk.
I can particularly remember as Sukamla comes in well left. I can particularly remember a test match in Centurion where Lungi Gidi was doing very well against India. I believe it was 2018, 2017. Pakistan was 2018, so it could have been 2017. But yeah, it was very, very difficult to face for the Indian batsmen. So would have wanted to come back, make a return there, and really get some wickets there.
That was actually Lungi Ngidi's test debut.
Yes,
He took 6 for 39 to bowl South Africa to victory against India at SuperSport Park.
got a Gotta love Ken for those stats. Got to that very, very quickly. But yeah, it was a very promising prospect there, as most South African pace bowlers tend to be. That ends the over 35 for 1.
So half an hour to go until the lunch break, and Janssen and Sapamla have each bowled 4 overs. Just be interested to see how many more they have before a guy like Miguel Pretorius is brought into the attack. And in fact, it looks like Pretorius is coming right on now.
Oh, wow, Ken.
Yeah,
Ahead of the game, eh?
he'll
You're
be
thinking like a
replacing
captain.
Marco Janssen for a little burst before lunch. Excited to see him and how he goes against this DOA batting lineup.
Definitely that. Has had a decent run of domestic form so far. I'll be keen to impress in the green and gold mine. Starts off quite nicely. A decent line. Gets a Paddy Carl playing at that. But while he may not have been selected in this massive squad, I'm sure he won't be disheartened by that at all. He's just going to keep grinding, keep plying his trade. His time will come, I'm sure he knows.
Yeah, the other useful thing about him is that he's not the worst batsman. And I guess that's also the case with Marco Janssen, that you can see him adding a bit of value to the test team in that lower order, lengthening the lineup a bit. As Pretorius just losing his line a bit there, running over the wicket to the left-hander.
So in terms of batting, kid, because we've spent a lot of time talking about bowling, and I mean so many twists in the tail here, or so many interesting narratives. Kushida just dropping that one might have just moved while he was about to catch it. But with the batting, is the batting lineup sorted out? It seems like 1 and 2, that's pretty solid with Dean Elgar and Aiden Markram. But lots of people have been discussing how people would want to see Markram a little bit lower down the order, don't like him as an opener. Well, what do you think about that, kid?
No, I think in Test cricket, Markram's pretty settled. Opening with Alga, they've got a good partnership going.
Oh,
That's beautifully clipped away through mid wicket by Paddy Cowell, and that'll go all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Yeah, don't change things that ain't broke.
hmm.
If you move Markram down the order, then you've got to find another opening batsman. So in fact, you're making two changes. To me, in terms of the order, the only real sort of debate really is: does Temba Bavuma bat 3, or does he bat 4 or 5? Um, I quite like the idea of Temba being at 3 actually, because he is so technically good. He's a guy who I feel if the Proteas do lose an early wicket, he's got the game to be able to come up against the new ball.
This one just cut to the offside. The man at points. A little bit of a fumble from Dzozi, but doesn't cost him anything. He does also bat high up in the order in the white ball game, so it would probably complement that as well. Give him a lot more time in the middle. I know that there was a time when he almost made a century, but unfortunately ran out of partners at the Wanderers. Was that against Pakistan or was that against Australia? That was Australia. Yes, yes, yes. It was Morne Morkel who was at the other end. Another cut there by Paddy Culso. Those short deliveries that Pranjal Messi fan was talking about seem to be pretty prominent here in the Pretorius over, but that wraps the over up 39 for 1.
I like that line that Miguel Pretorius was ending over with against Padikal against the left-hander, really cramping him, and Pretorius will be pleased because it's not as if Padikal was leaving the ball. He was trying to cut deliveries that were very close to the body, and he can only really get into trouble trying to do that.
Well, you definitely want to get the batsman playing your deliveries, and as you said, cramping him up for room could potentially square him up if he had a little bit of movement, but it looks like Paddy Cole isn't playing any defensive shots, so might not square him up, but cramp him up for room. Won't find the middle of the bat. Could get a leading edge that could see the back of him, so Pretoris will take encouragement from that. Sapamla continues with a very full delivery. Definitely missed that Yorker length. It was a full toss and sent to the cow corner boundary. Both the men on the onside just know that it's going to go for a boundary, so decide that one will just go pick it up there.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Abhimanyu Iswaran. And I might offer Tepo Tayela a few rand if he's willing to have a go at pronouncing Iswaran's second name.
Whoa! Wow, that is intense. Okay, I'm gonna need some time to set up. Gonna need some time to set up. That is a very, very long name. Rangathan Parmashwan. Rangathan Parmashwan. How close is that? Do I get the Randellas?
1 rand. 1 rand for effort.
You know, as they say, if you don't shoot, you won't score. May have a long middle name, but we'll be hoping to stay in the middle for just as long. Scored a big century in the first game, did very well there, and hasn't been shy of runs either in the second. So he does have the quality, does the young, I was about to say young batsman. He's not that young, he's my age, short batsman, is what I meant to say. Very well left. Does look like a pocket rocket. I'm not sure if you feel the same, but when he's in the field, not too large in stature, but definitely has some big contributions. Runs with a lot of heart and a lot of gusto. So it's a enjoyable watch. Is Suarez.
Yeah, batting really nicely here today as well. 22 not out. Looks nice and compact, strong off his legs. And he's made a good start to this innings. He's the driving force for India so far, taking them to 43 for 1.
Solid back foot defensive shots. Man at point will pick that up. Just looking at the rest of the batting order. Padikal in now at 7. Vihari, Kishan, and Khan. And Khan can also wield the blade coming down the low order. Doing quite well in the last game. I know he gave George Linda quite a bit of tap, finding the boundary on multiple occasions. So very good against spin. And pretty decent against the short ball as well. I smashed Sapamla for 6 as well. So yeah, we've got the quality there. Long middle order, if you will. This one a full delivery. Once again, finding the gap on the offside between mid on and mid wickets. They'll get a comfortable 2 runs here.
Yeah, I think Sarfaraz Khan has a first class average deep into the 50s.
Sheesh.
So, obviously, a very, very capable batsman indeed.
Going back to the South African lineup, we said Alga Markram looked pretty set there. You wanted Bavuma at 3. What about that middle order, or at least we're still at the top order now with 4 and 5? We know that Quinton de Kock's probably going to come in at 6 and 7. But we know that the South African middle order has been a bit fragile, to say the least, in the white ball at least, we've seen recently. In the red ball as well. What do you think, Ken?
Yeah, I think the South African batting, and let's just talk Test cricket.
Mm.
Um, they are rebuilding it.
Mm.
They've lost Faf du Plessis recently. Before that, they've lost guys like AB de Villiers, Ashamamla, JP Dumini. So it's a bit of a time of rebuilding, but guys like Elgar, Markram, even Rassie van der Dussen, they're experienced enough now, you know. So they'll be striving for that consistency and trying to get solid platforms, especially at home. Conditions they know well. But given the question marks against them, I think South Africa have to play an all-rounder at 7. Um, Miguel Pretorius just bowling that good line again to the left-hander, no run. Um, just to lengthen that batting lineup a little bit. And I guess the question is whether it's a Vian Mulder or maybe Newland's a second spinner and like George Linder. Um, but yeah, and obviously a guy like Winnie de Kock at 6, very important as well.
Mm. A little bit too straight there from Pretorius. A little bit of a O from the South African camp. I thought that there could have potentially been a wicket there. But to be fair, if he missed that, would have wrapped him on the pads and would have seen the umpire lift his finger there. So interesting, getting that line towards the pads. But yeah, the middle order, as you said, rebuilding. Rassie van der Dussen seems like he's also cemented his spot there, can add some very valuable runs to the lineup. But that number 5 spot is where the question marks are. Keegan Peterson is a name that was brought up because of his performance in the West Indies. Tough conditions, um, and he did okay. Does have a decent average as well. Very few people convinced in the West Indies. It's very tough there. As Pretorius continues this guided to the man at points. So what do you think, Ken? Position number 5?
Yeah, given that Keegan Peterson's averaging 50 in domestic cricket this season, yes, he hasn't made any big scores, but he's clearly in form because
Mm.
he's averaging 50. Um, so, I would give him another go um, and see how he goes. Um, yeah, but there are certainly guys knocking on the doors, and Carl Verena and Ryan Rickleton.
Well left there by Eraswaran. Decent line. Um, Adopting a line on that fourth stump to the right hand. Yes, right hand Eraswaran. Pretorius. May see a variation in the length of the delivery, but the line seems to be consistent on that off stump or that foot stump line. So affects the offside, affects the man at cover. No run there. So a question out of left field in terms of extending the batting lineup. When do we start thinking about considering KG Rabada as an all-rounder? We saw it might have been in the T20 game where he hit a 6 against Sri Lanka to basically save the day. As Pretorius comes in here, a drive straight to middle. He can play some very good looking drives, and it feels like if he just spends a little bit more time in the nets, just takes himself a bit more seriously, he could contribute some valuable runs, much like Vernon Philander did. We considered him an all rounder after his performance. Was it in Australia when he almost got 50? I have to go check that out. But yes, Vernon Philander was considered an all rounder at a stage. So when can we start putting those responsibilities on Ravada?
Yeah, I, I think Rabada certainly can bat, and I know he works hard on it in the nets, but there's so many workload questions on KG at the moment that let's not burden the guy too much with trying to turn him into an all-rounder. He's our leading fast bowler. Fantastic to have him down at 9 in the order, knowing that he can bat a bit, that he can score some runs. So yeah, I'd be happier though to see Kagiso Rabada running in, taking 5 wicket hauls, and really leading the attack at his best again. As Marco Janssen has changed ends, he's going to be replacing Luto Sapamla now.
Oh, he's bowled him. Dislodged the off stump. Marco Janssen. Wow, what a delivery.
That was a cracking ball by Marco Janssen. Late movement back into the left-hander, and Padikal was all at sea. He's been bowled for 8, and India slipped to 46 for 2.
Oh,
I think he clearly expected that to be going away from him, the batsman, but it snaked back in between bat and pad, and I fancy beat him a bit for pace as well.
oh, right through the gates. As you said, Padikal just holding his bat out a little bit and leaving that gap for Marco Janssen to just clip the off stump. He goes, Padikal, 8 runs off 16 balls, at least a strike rate of 50. And that will leave a few of us viewers disappointed. We definitely wanted to see a bit more, but oh, with a delivery like that, goodness gracious. The change of ends paying dividends here for the left arm pace bowler. Cracking delivery that. That sees Captain Vihari come to the middle. He did very well in the last unofficial test, getting himself 2 half centuries. Got himself even the man of the match performance. So a big wicket here for the South Africans. Big runs potentially for India. Either way, don't take your eyes off the screen because it's getting interesting.
Yeah, Hanima Vihari, he's played 12 tests for India.
Mm.
He's got 100 and 450s. The 28-year-old has made a triple century, an unbeaten triple hundred in first class cricket. And interestingly, actually replaced Peter Malan at Warwickshire in
Oh,
English county cricket earlier this season, earlier this year rather. Didn't have too much success. I think he made 100 and exactly 100 runs in 3 innings.
oh. So a little bit of revenge here, maybe from the South African captain. Maybe a little bit of spice thrown into the narrative now.
Now, well, I think Milan probably had to come back to. Probably had some commitment here in South Africa.
Short delivery here to the new batsman, the right hander. You know us journalists always keen to add a little spice. Find some spice where there might not be any. It makes for a spectacle. I'm sure they're chilled. I'm sure they understand that's just the nature of the game. If someone else can take the spot, they must. Lovely delivery here from Janssen. Just outside that off stump once again.
He's got impressive control for 21-year-old Marco Janssen. Switching ends didn't phase him. First ball, bang on the money. The other 2 balls in the over have also been exactly where he wants to put them.
I'll describe his batting in a similar fashion. You don't see him wafting at loose deliveries too often. Oh, this one a little bit loose on the pads. It's running to the boundary. Dezorzi at mid wicket is giving a chase there, but the chase to no avail. He now gets himself a boundary. Does Vihari there gets himself off the mark?
And 50 up for India. It's come off 71 deliveries in just 2 minutes short of an hour with 6-4. So they're making good progress here, but South Africa employing attacking fields. So it has also allowed India to score fairly quickly.
I'm happy with that. Keen to see aggression, especially with the new ball. Shows intent from the South African team. That's an in again. This one on the pads, a leading edge, and the man at cover will pick that up and fire it into Peter Malan at mid disciplined young man is Marco Janssen, doing his potential SA call up a lot of favors here, accelerating it, in fact, especially with that gap that you mentioned there and that all rounder slots are keen to extend the batting lineup. And you need a quality bowler to do that, and it's difficult to look beyond it. Short delivery now kept out by Bihari. That ends the 12th over, 50 for 2 are the Indians. Yaswaran 24 of 40 and Vihari 4 of 5.
Yeah, Chepa, as you said, I mean, that batting ability of his is just such an important extra string to his bow. I mean, I'm not saying he's ready to bat seven and be a fully fledged all rounder yet, but to know that he could bat eight or nine and can contribute with the bat um, is just such a plus for the selectors. And looking at how he's bowled in the series, um, he's maybe even got the control to be able to be almost like the holding seam bowler.
Mm.
So he's got a lot of positives that will, I think, make the selectors think long and hard, and not least of which being that he's clearly in very good form at the moment.
Exciting young prospect. But Miguel Pretorius comes in from the Loch Logan end. This one played to Tony DeZorzi at point. Oh, did a little bit of a rugby pass to the man at mid wicket there. A little goose step from Kaya Zondo as well.
Wasn't Tony DeZorzi a very good fly half at Kes, was it? I seem to remember hearing something about that. David Minsley is not entirely convinced, but Doug is. Doug is nodding enthusiastically.
You gotta love that. You gotta love how normally if you're really good at one sport, you could probably play a whole bunch of other sports. I heard something along the lines of AB de Villiers being good at tennis and cricket and squash and hockey and well anything that has hand-eye coordination apparently, and he just chose cricket.
Well, especially rugby and tennis for AB. I mean, AB got offered a college deal in the United States for tennis. He played fly half for the Blue Bulls Craven Week team for rugby. For our Indian listeners, Craven Week is like the the national competition for all the provincial schools. So it's like the national under 19 competition, basically, from which just about all the Springboks end up coming from.
Oh, shot! Played that very late to Swaran. Found the middle of the gap, found the gap, sorry, the middle of the bat, and found the gap between point and gully, and that raced to the boundary there. Very great shot there.
Oh, Tepper, I think you're being quite kind to the batsman there. I think that's more edge than middle of the bat. Let's have a look. He's opened the face a bit. He's opened the face a bit, but I still think at least 40% edge.
That's bowler bias, Ken. Bowler bias, I can see it. That opened the face of the bat. The way the ball raced to the boundary. No, 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 no,
It's a fast bowler.
no. Fair enough. I'll give you that. It is a fast bowler. It does come off the edge quite quickly. Either way, the result is the same. 4 runs. He'll be happy with that. 4 runs to score 28 of 44 now is Swara.
Speaking of bowler bias, I'm going to just bring up my pet hate early in the piece. No third man. If I was the bowler, I'd be fuming that you've almost got the better of the batsman, and yet he gets four very lucky runs.
Interesting, interesting. What about there is a man at fine leg though, so offering protection on the leg side for if you do err on your lines, but I'm sure you wouldn't mind that if there's any way to get a boundary, you'd rather have it off the edge than getting punished or when you miss your lines and getting punished for that.
Yeah, I mean the obvious question is, how would you change the field to have a third man? Or I would take mid on out, move mid wicket a bit straighter, That's pretty wide by Pretorius. And maybe leave the gap at mid wicket. Encourage the batsman to be playing across the line a bit squarer than he should be, not as straight. Yeah, just a thought.
So that's a massive gap on the leg side. Eh? Or maybe you could also move the fine leg a little bit more square. Maybe make him a bit of a sweeper there. But it all depends. Each to their own. Peter Malan is captaining at the moment, so these are his decisions.
I think it must be my Scottish heritage, but I don't like giving away soft runs.
Do the Scottish not like giving away soft runs? I'm sure no one likes giving away soft runs, Ken. don't, don't make it because you're Scottish. Marco Janssen continuing from the Willows edge here. A short delivery. Just trying to rattle the cage here of the Indian batsman. But very well ducked out by Captain Vihari.
I find it quite difficult to judge what sort of pace Marco Jansen bowls at
Mm.
because he's so languid and easy, and really doesn't seem to be putting a whole lot of effort into his bowling. I don't mean that in a bad way, but he's sharpish, isn't he?
Oof. And I was about to say from here, it looks pretty quick, I must say. Very long as well, very tall, sorry. Afrikaans just slipping out there. A very tall bowler, so can get quite a little bit of, quite a lot of bounce, rather. I'm just going to see a replay of that again. But coming in from that height, the amount of bounce that he can extract from the pitch, as that would have pipped on the head as well, Vihari. But he also offers that. What doesn't Mark Jansen offer? Because of his length, because he's so tall, reminds me of Morne Morkel and the way he was able to extract so much bounce from a pitch. Just it could just rise on you really, really quickly, and that like angle of release or the release point definitely makes a big, big difference here. So, uh, what's not to like about it? Honestly. Oh, Beshile just almost dropping that. Looks like it's a no ball as well. And he won't enjoy that. Oh, because of the three short balls. Yes, the third short ball. He's been banging them in, has Janssen. Looks like he's trying to bounce Vihari out the game here. But we have a tweet from Pranjal Messi fan. Um, Pranjal Messi fan talking about Marco Janssen. I will share that a little bit later in the piece. Oh! Ooh! Ooh! Shoo! That was very close to the edge, kid.
Beautiful bowling by Marco Jansen. All that fiery short pitch bowling, a couple of cracking deliveries there, and Hanima Vihari not getting very far forward, just prodding forward there, and a beautiful late away swinger by Marco Jansen.
Oof. Ooh, ooh, ooh. A kitten's whisker. The barest of margins. He's bowling well. There's Marco Janssen. This played straight to the man at mid wicket.
The wind definitely seems to be picking up a bit
Hmm.
here in Bloemfontein, and the clouds are whizzing past us. The local is suggesting rain, Kenny.
This one left. It looked like it was very close to the stumps there. But that ends the over 55 for two. And yeah, it does look like there could potentially be rain. It does look like there could potentially be rain. Maybe not now, but in the distance you can see many, many clouds. And usually wind brings the clouds in. Wind moves the clouds around, moves them together, and gets the rain going. So could be good for the South Africans as they're bowling at the moment here. Wind causing, giving them a little bit of assistance as The Galpaturis is here to probably bowl the last over before lunch. 1 minute to 12 here, 1 minute to noon, South African time. The tweets, yes, from Punjab Messi fan. The story of Marco Jansen going to Mumbai Indians is fantastic. As this one played to Tony DeZorzi, he continues to say his story of meeting Virat Kohli in the nets in 2017, beating him thrice 6.8 at a decent pace, and can bat as well. A great prospect spotted by John Wright. Thanks for the tweets. Don't forget to tweet us at using the hashtag SS Cricket.
Yeah, Marco Jansen, who comes from just up the road, really, Potchefstroom, in the northwest province, about what 100, 150 kilometers northwest of here.
Oh, that's just up the road. 100, 150 Ks. Don't even know what that is in miles, but it's a lot. It's a lot of miles. But yes, a Potchefstroom boy. So the people in the northwest and Potchefstroom in particular really love their sports. Tons of SA talents coming from around there. Tourist continues. This one, a lot of effort in that delivery, a bit of a grunt as that sailed past the off stumper. Well left by Eswar. Another leave there. Well, Albertorius just outside the off stump, baiting, just waiting for Eswar to play at maybe one or two of those deliveries. But Eswar taking none of that bait, really valuing his wicket here. Knows that runs could come at some point, so doesn't need to rush at all. Once again, very well left. Of the two camps, Ken, as we approach lunch, one delivery away, who do you think would be the happy of the two captains?
Yeah, it's pretty tight. I think India may be slightly ahead. Uh, I get the feeling South Africa perhaps should have got 300, three half centuries in the innings. Perhaps someone could have gone on to get 100. And India 55 for 2. It's not a bad start, not a great start either.
Final delivery blocked out here by Pretorius, and that is lunch. 55 for 2 are the Indians. Bihari sitting on 4 of 12. Yaswaran 28 of 52. But that is lunch once again with India at 55.2. Don't forget that this broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town, and we'll see you after lunch. This was good. This was good.
Welcome back to the Mangong Oval in Bloemfontein in the post-lunch session on day 2 in game number 3 of this unofficial test series. Did you see Marco Jansen is bowling? You haven't missed all that much, just 4 deliveries and nothing wild going on. Alongside me for this next commentary stint is Ken Borland. Ken, the man, the myth, the legend. Good afternoon.
Maybe in my own bath time, David. Myth though, yeah, that's quite probable. So big session coming up in this game. Of course, South Africa posting 200 and all out. India a 55 for 2 as Marco Jansen to Hanuma Vihari, and he's not going to be tempted by that one.
Yeah, we had a lovely conversation amongst the commentary group during the lunch break, Ken. It was really enthralling. It was good to see the thoughts about how the South African pipeline looks, as well as, you know, some of the options that we've seen as a result of the selection. But something that was pointed out to us was the fact that the squad is so large because of the coronavirus restrictions, as he comes round the wicket now, driven hard but well stopped there by Captain Milan. So Ken, we found out that because of the absence of the ability to come and bring players in, you know, if there's an injury or perhaps a COVID breakout of some kind, but if there is that there's no availability to bring players out or in from the outside, and so there's that, as well as no net bowlers are allowed. So there's going to be an opportunity for that to play a role in how the team prepares. They're going to have, you know, not the generic perhaps university guys that are coming to bowl for the fast bowling stuff, and then as well, we also heard that everybody is available for selection, which isn't always the norm.
Yeah, well, I mean, what the Proteas have done is given themselves enormous options. You know, they've got an off spinner in there. They've got 2 slow left armers. They've got 3 wicket keepers. Various permutations for their pace bowling. Yeah, I guess the joys of being a home team. You want to use that advantage. And so plenty of options for the Proteas. Miguel Pretorius is continuing from the Loch Logan end to open it. It's right edged and straight to the gully. What a start after lunch for South Africa.
Yeah, it was a lovely catch there in the gully region. Looks like Senaran Mutasamy is the man who has the sticky paws. It just straight into the midst there, and he'll be happy with himself. Good wicket, and how crucial is a wicket after lunch, Ken? Because, you know, India were 2 down going into this session, and the third, and crucially the partnership that you spoke about had to be broken, and they've done just that.
Yeah, I was going to say that I was impressed with Miguel Pretorius before lunch, bowled a tight spell, and obviously being given the chance to carry on with that, and I fancy just a bit of extra bounce did for Iswaran there. He's been very compact and looked very solid in the 77 minutes and 53 balls he's faced for his 28 runs. He might have been able to leave that one. He also, it was a bit of a punch off the back foot, wasn't it? Rather than just a dead defensive stroke. But credit to the bowler.
Yeah, Miguel Pretorius picking up his first wicket. Just 9 runs being conceded from him there, and I think he'd really want to put in a good performance here, Ken. It's his home ground, and there's maybe there's pressure, but it's not necessarily as blatant as you would imagine. But still, because you're the homeboy, you're expected to perform.
Yeah, no, I think Miguel Pretorius is one of the really bright young talents in South African cricket as well, and I think at the moment he'll just be trying to make himself undroppable for South Africa A. You know, this is the highest level he's played, so he'll be saying, right, I'm going to show you that I belong in this team. You know, you can't leave me out again. So yeah, it's and so far he's having a good day today. So just those details for Abhimanyu Isaran. Made 28 runs, was there for 77 minutes, And he's going to be replaced at the crease by Sarfaraz Khan. I said earlier that I thought he had a first-class average in the high 50s. I sold him very short. His average is 69.7, would you believe? And that's after quite a few games as well.
Yeah, that's something that every cricketer would dream of. You might imagine that it'll come down after a couple more years, but when you're averaging 0.3 short of 70, and that one just hit on top of its head. There's a shy at the striker's end, but great fielding there, Ken, in that slip gully region. Hamza and Mutasami coming together for that collection, but great bit of work there from him. First the catch on the first ball of the over, and then a bit of pressure here on Sarfaraz Khan. He's a wonderful cricketer. We saw him scoring that 71 not out in the previous game to defy South Africa when they felt as though they were on top. That he's been elevated here because we're still yet to confirm whether or not Ishan Kishan will be available to add his contribution with the bat.
Yeah, that first ball from Pretorius, the stroke that Sarfaraz played was quite interesting. I'm not sure if he was thinking of leaving it at first and then decided to play it, or it was a strange shot to play. First ball, that second ball he was that.
Caught in two minds, perhaps.
Yeah, short in stature, Sarfaraz Khan. In build, reminds me a bit of a guy, Pravinamra, who played for India back in the 90s. Made lots of runs against South Africa.
Yeah, he's got quite a stocky build, does Sarfaraz Khan. He's got another one to face from Pretorius. Just able to keep an eye on that and defend it, and immediately Tony Dezorzi is on top of it. The selection, Ken, is an interesting one, because what it does is it also gives a look into what South Africa's plans are going forward. You can see that with the selection of quite a large squad. You've got the SAA team active for this series, but you can look at who's perhaps on the fringe, or at least in the mind's eye of that one just beating the gully on his right hand. That's going to race away to the boundary. Dezorzi's not going to get there, and that's a 4 there. He really did seem unconvincing in his shot selection there, and that's the first boundary from Michael Pretorius' over. He was 3 dots in a row, and something had to toll, but it wasn't the result he was looking for.
So Sarfaraz Khan off the mark with that boundary. He joins Hanuma Vihari, who's also on 4 not out. 59 for 3 now, India A, and you just feel that wicket has put South Africa slightly in front, as here's Pretorius. Again, that shortest delivery, nicely handled though by Sarfaraz, just square away on the offside for no run, and that's the end of the over. India A 59 for 3 after 17 overs.
We might continue with Marco Jansen. There's a conversation happening there between Dezorzi around some of the plans that they may be looking to implement. Lutus Pamla also making his way past Captain Peter Malan. You've just seen him walk across your screen there now, and so he'll want to maybe just forget that early passage of play in which he really was expensive this morning comparatively to his companions at the other end. 7 overs, 1 for 15 is Marco Janssen's figures. And here he goes again, left arm around the wicket, 2 slips in the gully. And just dots that onto the onside to be collected. Yeah, just coming back to that, Ken, around the depth of the squad, what it shows is, to the public at least, or those who don't maybe follow cricketing circles in South Africa as keenly as you might, it shows a little bit of the hand of where the CSA selectors are looking.
Yeah, well, it's always important that there are plans for the future, that you don't just have the 11 or 15 players of the present. That's Fuller, Vihari searching for the drive there a bit. It wasn't fully timed, straight to point and no run. And so the selectors will always have 2 or 3 years down the line in mind, backup plans, and also it encourages the players who have been selected in that 21-man squad. Some of them won't really be expecting to play, but at least they know that they've been seen by the selectors, that their good performances are being rewarded. Janssen in again. It's a no ball, and put full and wide, no doubt, to tempt the batsman there, but Vihari wasn't interested. India get another run to their total, 60 for 3.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Ken, with players perhaps not expecting to be select or to play rather, but certainly, like you said, they're within the minds of the selectors. Some really young players. You just see Janssen overstepping there. That's it's well over the big boot of the left armour. He's back in again, and he's just defended onto the onside. That's 4. No, my apologies. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
It jagged back into Vihari and struck him. Just have to look if there's an umpire signal for leg bars here or not, but it went straight between the wicketkeeper and first slip. It went to ground very quickly, which makes me wonder if it wasn't thigh pad. Yeah, we've had leg bars have been called. No signal. So runs to Vihari. He goes to 8. 64 for 3. Good delivery by Marco Janssen. He's certainly been moving the ball around today, using this breeze nicely, and he comes again. And that's going to be cut off by mid-off. No run. Just going back to the Proteas, David, and plenty of bowling options there. How do you feel about Rabada, Nortje and Olivier all roaring in the same bowling attack against India, as Janssen is in again? Now that he seemed to lose sight of batsman Vihari. He probably thought it was shorter than it was, and just got a bat down on time.
Yeah, Ken, it's an exciting prospect. It's not an all too foreign prospect for South African cricket fans. You'll remember a series against Pakistan in which those fast bowlers played a massive role. I wonder if a guy like Olivier will be selected for all types of, for all 3 tests. I think if Lungi Ngiri's fit, we might see him start at SuperSport Park in Centurion. But difficult one. But I think if the fans would like to tell us what their thoughts are, hashtag it SS Cricket or hashtag SAAVIND. We'd love to hear from you. And on my Twitter account at CoachDave93, you can go see there's a Twitter poll there. Who do you think is going to come up trumps in the South Africa-India series that begins on Boxing Day, 26th of December, from SuperSport Park in Centurion? Game number 2, 3rd of January, from the Imperial Wanderers. And then the game number 3 is the 11th from Six Gun Grill Newlands. A new trend, Ken, even predating COVID, as Miguel Pretorius wanders in, just leaves that alone outside the off-stump does Khan. A new trend to have the Gauteng venues, or test venues, hosting tests in that Boxing Day, New Year's block. Not traditionally, it would have been Kingsmead back in the day, and then Newlands for New Year's, and then there was a period where the Boxing Day test went to St George's, and then to SuperSport Park most recently. It's an interesting thing. What do you think about the use of the inland facilities for that Boxing Day test match?
Miguel Pretorius just again settling on a really good line and length there. Yeah, David, I think New Year's Test will always return to Newlands, I think, when life returns to normal. I think that's a staple. New Year's at Newlands, can't get past that. But Boxing Day has been the problem, I think, for South African cricket for many years. And it's been up at SuperSport Park, Centurion, for the last few years. And I think it's been a success. Oh, that's a very dodgy little cut. And another from Pretorius by Sarfaraz there. It was a very unconvincing stroke. Miguel Pretorius is dragging some decent bounce out of this pitch on the second day. Yeah, so I think the big thing is that Gauteng being such a large population, not everyone goes to the coast during the Christmas holidays. And those people that do stay behind want some entertainment. And what better than the cricket at SuperSport Park? It's going to be great to have a New Year's Test at the Wanderers as well. Pretorius jagging this one back in. That's thoughts of an LBW shot, but too high. But Miguel Pretorius is just working over Sarfaraz Khan a bit here.
Yeah, it is a bit of a change from the norm to have the New Year's Test from the Imperial Wanderers, but like you said, I hope that we can get Test cricket back at Six Gun Grill Newlands over the New Year's period, but they will host all three one-day internationals. Oh, two one-day internationals. I thought there were three, but I stand to be corrected. And I have it. Oh, he so nearly chopped that onto his stumps. This spell of bowling by Miguel Pretorius is really putting Sarfaraz Khan under the screws here. He's not getting away, is Sarfaraz Khan. And 5 dots in a row here. Ken has got to put something into it. But you were telling me about the one-day games from Newlands.
Yeah, there are still 3 one-day internationals, but one of them is being played in Paarl. So they have still got a game going on at Paarl. Sure, Sarfaraz Khan is definitely going to get a lot more short pitch deliveries just on or just outside off stump, I think, from Pretorius, because they've spotted a weakness here. He's not comfortable. That one a bit wider and left alone by Sarfaraz, but pretty sure Miguel Pretorius in his next over to Sarfaraz will be zoning in short, just on or about off stump. Sarfaraz doesn't seem particularly sure how to handle those.
Yeah, it's a maiden there from Miguel Pretorius, and definitely something that he would want to replicate. We spoke about the pressure that he would have had put on him on his shoulders. Whether or not he likes it being the local here. We saw Reinhard van Tonder didn't have the best time with the bat here, although these wickets haven't been the most traditional when it comes to Bloemfontein wickets. Looks like Marco Jansen's just signalling there that he's going to come off at the end of this over, but he's first got an over to bowl. Round the wicket to Hanuma Vihari. He just defends that away. So looks like Marco Jansen's going off. He's not happy about something. Maybe just needs a comfort break.
Yeah, hard work put in by the fast bowlers just after lunch. But yeah, just on the pitches, the pitch for the first game I don't think was a good one. That was too flat. But these last 2 pitches I think have been very decent contests between bat and ball, and hopefully we can get a result this time out. Short but down the leg side from Marco Jansen. Certainly with 3 wickets gone, 13 wickets in the first innings gone already, shortly after lunch on the second day. So far it looks like we could be able to drag a result out of this pitch. There's something in it for the quick bowlers, some bounce, we've seen movement, and there was even a bit of turn yesterday, wasn't there, David?
Turn on day one in Bloemfontein is somewhat of an anomaly, but I know the South Africans with their 2 spinners will be looking forward to it, but you know as well as I do, Ken, that the seamers will get their full quota in of overs before the spinners are thought about, but 2 spinners as opposed to the traditional 1 within South African outings. Both Mutasamy and Subrayan are certainly in contention to be the first spinner to bowl here. But Janssen has to finish the survey. It's 3 dots in a row. It's going to be an important thing for him to build on that. It goes down the leg side, maybe taking a little bit of a tickle, but still a dot. 2 to come, and all the pressure now on these two batsmen. They've faced 10 deliveries in a row now, Ken, without a score. And if you were in white ball stuff, you would be panicking. But how many before you start becoming concerned, Ken, around the scoring rate dipping, as it does really with slow scoring rates? Short. I'll get there one day. It's a little bit wide, and he just hangs his bat out there. Tried to hit it a little bit softer, but still a dot. Dot balls, crucial. How long before you start being concerned as a batting unit?
No, I think India just have to recognise that this is a bit of a testing period. They lost a wicket straight after lunch. 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. Vihari, he had just 4 runs at the lunch break, which he's now doubled. But they just need to get through this bit of a testing period. Marco Jansen, perhaps the last ball from him in the spell, and Vihari just leaves that alone. So just the 3 bowlers used by South Africa so far in this innings. There were 15 overs before lunch, and we've had 5 since. Marco Jansen, 9 overs, 1 for 20. It's been really impressive again today. That last over, perhaps not one of his best ones, and I think, as David said, there's just something bothering him a little bit. He's now running off the field to be replaced. Luto Sapamna, 5 overs, 1 for 23, got the opening wicket, that of Prithvi Shaw, who chapped LBW for 5. And Miguel Pretorius has been impressive, 6 overs, 1 for 13. And it's going to be Pretorius who will bowl again from the Loch Logan end. Safraz Khan on strike on 4 not out. And Pretorius has got him in his sights with a short pitch deliveries just outside off stump. Here he comes again, 2 slips and a gully. That's too wide. David Prithvi Shaw, a guy who's come to South Africa with big raps. He's had a bit of a disappointing series, hasn't he? What have you made of his performances?
Yeah, Kenny, he's a really good prospect for India, but like you said, a lot left to be desired. He's had a number of starts with Panchal, but really not capitalizing, particularly in that first game where I felt he should have gotten a big score, particularly since Panchal got 97 and Abhimanyu Iyaswaran getting that 100. That one was just hit the bat as well. Kai Zondo is calling for a helmet, so there might be a little bit of a, or maybe his cap, he's just having a look. So Jason Smith is on the park for Marco Jansen, but I really think that there's going to be a shift in the momentum of the game. Just some news from the global cricketing world. Kane Williamson will miss New Zealand's 2-test series against Bangladesh after he was ruled out for at least 2 months with an elbow injury, and it's quite a large gap, Ken, in terms of the New Zealand side. The leadership and experience and real just quality with the bat that Kane Williamson brings, I'm sure New Zealand will desperately miss him.
Yeah, no, I think South Africa were desperately missing one player on the field there, because Jansen went off and Smith only came back on after Smith only came on after the first ball was bowled. Yeah, New Zealand, look, let's be fair, playing in India never easy, especially when they prepare those really turning pitches, as that's straight to cover on the bounce for no run.
Yeah, it's Jason Smith there who's fielding in the covers. He's replaced Kai Zondo, and Clinton Steerman has replaced Kai Zondo. So what happened was Marco Jansen went off, Jason Smith was at fine leg, and then when Kai Zondo went off, Jason went from fine leg to cover, and then Clinton came on. Some other news from around the cricketing world as we see the ball getting a bit of a trim right at the top of your screen there. England have named their squad for the first Ashes game, which gets underway tomorrow. Joe Root, Stuart Broad, Rory Burns, Joss Butler, Hasib Hamid, Jack Leach, David Malan, Ollie Pope, Ollie Robinson, Ben Stokes, Chris Wokes, and Mark Wood. So the notable exception there is James Anderson, who has been rested for the first clash at the Gabba. The full name, the Woolen Gabba?
Well, that's the suburb that the ground is in.
Right.
Pretorius in again. Oh, that's a very solid forward defensive stroke by Sarfraz Khan, and Coach Dave approves, clapping gently next to me here. Everything was perfect in that stroke, wasn't it?
It really was, and particularly with the context of the last 2 overs that we've seen, because Ken, we're one away from back-to-back maidens here, in which, 3 maidens in a row, because these 2 gentlemen haven't scored a run in a while.
Nice positive defence, wasn't it?
Absolutely. It's 3 in a row, Ken. 3 in a row. Are they feeling a bit of pressure, or are they just absorbing it? And it looks like we might see a bit of change. We saw Mutasami warming up, and it is exactly that. Sanaran Mutasami from the Willows End will be the first man to change the pace of the bowlers. He's going to be bowling some spin, and we saw Kazondo go off. You'll see him pop back into screen at some point in the next couple of seconds, because he's going to be going under the helmet. Surprisingly, because Tony DeZorzi has been under the lid throughout this tour, but maybe Kaya's preferring that he gets under that under the nose of the batsman. Ken, not really the trend, rather, that you would see the senior man go under the helmet.
Very unusual for someone to actually want to field at short leg. And also, I suppose, interesting that Captain Peter Malan has not turned to Luto Sapamla, the other pace man, to bowl again from the Willow Ends. Sapamla got the first wicket, but a little bit expensive overall. 5 overs, 1 for 23. But Sinuan Mutasami, left arm orthodox, will be coming around the wicket to Vihari, and finds his line in length straight away.
So the field for you, there's the slip and the forward short leg that you can see on your screen. Just outside of shot is Miroff, who's right on where the ring would be in the one-day game. The mid-on is much closer but wider. He comes in again, just defended it. This is a no ball. That's a travesty, Ken. For a spinner to bowl a no ball, it has to be a front foot howler there from him.
That'll be disappointing, and he's rubbing his mark vigorously. Ooh. Quite a tight call, as Vihari just gets this one away down to the vacant fine leg area. Slip has run across to, he's got a direct hit. The batsman's well home though, and they've got 2 runs there.
Yeah, it's a travesty when a spinner bowls a front foot no ball. But that last shot was just a sweep. Fine, he didn't get all of it, and so it trickled out into that fine leg region. Zubair Hamza is the man who has had to do the cleaning up there from slip. You see he's now getting ready once again. Sanaran Mutasami, a shortish cover, extra cover, and man at point is massive shot here, but perhaps in hope, Ken, because that's probably going down the leg side.
It wasn't a great delivery, but I'm wondering how Vihari actually missed that. Didn't seem to keep particularly low, but Mutasami gets a bit of a reprieve there. It was a short delivery, perhaps just skidded on a bit, causing Vihari to miss it. Better by Mutasami, mid-on or field.
Yes, Sanaran Mutasami getting his first-class debut in 2012-13 series. It's a long time ago. It's the season campaigner now, or you would think he is. Sweep again, and there's a work for the man at square leg to run round. He's going to have to put in some yards here before he can cut it off. He does that. Michael Pretorius, who's at deep square. 2 shots now into that region, Ken. How long before Captain Malan or Sinaran Mutasami suggests that they put a short 45 in there, or at least a man on where the ring would be?
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking, David, that he's going to force a change here, Vihari, if he keeps playing that sweep shot. Down his massive amount of space. The man on the boundary on the leg side is really a deep backward square leg. So plenty of area for Vihari to score into. Mutasami just bowling a bit more of an offside line there. And that's the end of the over. So Mutasami's first over goes for 5. India a 69 for 3 after 22 overs. And they've cut the deficit down to below 200, 199 now. Still 7 wickets in hand, so the game very interestingly poised at the moment.
Oh, that was a close one. That front foot no ball. So the law, Ken, as you may well know, is that if a spinner has his foot elevated above the line, as long as the umpire is able to draw an imaginary line from the back of his heel down and it is behind the line, he's safe. So it doesn't matter that his heel is elevated at the point of delivery, but umpire Jacobs checking and saying that looked like it was a no ball. So Pretorius again with another maiden in the offing. Dot ball to start. Wonderful start there. That was a lovely delivery, Ken, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's just been bowling a really good line, Miguel Pretorius. Impressive spell this from him. He's into his 8th over. Just conceded 13 runs. Of course, that no ball law applies to any bowler, not just spin bowlers, but I can't think of too many fast bowlers who'd be delivering with their front heel raised.
Yeah, I'm sure that would do all the more damage to your toes. It's that one's full and just worked away onto the onside, but no thought of a run there. Fast bowlers' toes, Ken, are already under some tremendous pressure as it is, and I think if you did that, not only would it put pressure on your toes, but also the knees of fast bowlers if you just jam that foot in there, because you'd have to really land quite hard in order for you not to go over your front, go over the front there and not fall over in the follow through. Michael Pretorius, 2 dots in a row. Is there a third in the one? That's exactly what the doctor would have ordered. You can see Sinatemba Qashile, his wicketkeeper, just applauding him here. He's bowling really well at the moment, particularly to Sarfraz Khan.
Yeah, Sarfraz Khan has faced 20 deliveries now for those 4 runs, which came in one scoring shot. It was a full delivery from Pretorius, which he squeezed away quite nicely between gully and point to the boundary, but 19 dot balls he's faced apart from that stroke, and Pretorius zeroes in again. It's beaten the bowler, but easy stop for mid-on, running across, no run.
Yeah, Ken, there's just the 2 slips in a gully. Point, 1 man in the covers, a lone ranger, Tony Dizorzi, mid-off, mid-on. There's a man out at deep square, so there's always the thought of a short pitch delivery as he comes in again. Oh, that so nearly could have hit the stumps. You may have heard the loud exclamation from everybody in the field. So nearly could have meant something, but so nearly doesn't get you wickets, unfortunately. There's no award for almost or nearly. You've got to make sure that you hit the stumps when given the opportunity. But I don't think Michael Pretorius would be too unimpressed with his bowling so far. We're on the money for another maiden over here. Like you said, it was 19 dot balls at the time, but serious pressure here for Sarfraz Khan. Short, and That's exactly the delivery that the deep square leg is out there for. But a great way to end the over, and another maiden for Michael Pretorius.
He does seem to fancy Khan, that is hitting the short ball over the offside. He's had a couple of attempts. Looks like getting himself into trouble pretty soon if he carries on like that. South Africa A, obviously we're very happy with how things are going at the moment. 69 for 3 after 23 overs, so they've bowled 8 overs since lunch and have conceded just 14 runs and picked up the big wicket of the opener Abhimanyu Isaran, who's been India's top scorer in this innings with 28. Left-arm spinner Seniran Mutusamy will continue from the Willows End, bowling pretty much, or the breeze is pretty much mostly into him. Southwesterly wind, which is picking up. Oh, a bit of footwork there from Vihari off the inside half of the bat to mid-wicket for no run. If Mutusamy can keep things tight here, David, then it means South Africa are really controlling both ends very well. There's Mutusamy in again. A bit more flight, and Vihari playing from the crease this time.
Yeah, Ken, the key, I think, for Mutusamy here is he's got to be consistent with his lines and lengths. He's got to make sure that he's continuously looking at how he can add to the pressure built by Michael Pretorius, because if he is unable to build pressure or maintain pressure from this end, the Willows end, it's almost a matter of doing things in vain. When Michael Pretorius is bowling maidens at the other end, you might think that they're giving away too many easy options, Ken.
Absolutely, and Sarfraz Khan, he might be happy actually just to play out the last 3 balls of this over and then have a bit of a break from Miguel Pretorius. That's a bit short again from Mutusamy. Mid-on will field, there'll be no run. It's well flighted by Mutusamy. He's certainly varied his flight quite a lot in this over. I think that's great. I think Captain Milan will be wanting him to try and bowl a sort of middle and off stump, middle and off line. He got a bit straight in his first over, but a good finish to the over by Seniran Mutusamy, and India A are 70 for 3. And we'll now have Miguel Pretorius bowling to Hanuma Vihari. That's if Pretorius is going to continue. It looks like he is. He's going to be bowling his 9th over. It's all in one spell, split by the lunch break. He's going well. No need to change what's working for South Africa.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
The India A batsman just getting some attention from the 12th man. Marco Jansen's back on the field for South Africa A as well, down at fine leg. So Pretorius will stick with the 2 slips and a gully. He's got a point, a cover, wide-ish mid-off, a mid-on, and a mid-wicket, and that man at fine leg. Here's Pretorius. A positive drive that by Vihari, but not with all his best timing and placement, and mid-off gets across comfortably enough.
I think this. I have a feeling that this over may lead to something, a change of batsman to bowl at for Michael Pretorius, and he'll want to not let anything slip. He'll want to continue with that pressure. So the man that was out there on the deep square boundary is now not there any longer. Drop and run. So that's the first run, Ken, in quite a long time from Michael Pretorius' bowling, but it was just a drop and run. I don't know if that's a no ball signal there. You just saw umpire Harris on the top of your screen. Maybe he was pointing to something, but there he goes, the man at deep squares back out into that area there for Sarfraz Khan. So there's obviously a plan here, Ken. They're making sure that they want him to take on the short ball. Well-directed short ball could so easily result in a wicket. That's dead straight. That's Fuller. Didn't even look like there was anything that could have saved Sarfraz Khan, but Ken so quickly pointed out that probably not the line for it to be worth a shout.
Worth a shout, definitely. But I think just sliding down. Sarfraz rather playing all over a foolish delivery here, definitely sliding down leg, but worth the clearing of the lungs there by Pretorius. Back of a length again. That's a good solid defensive stroke that time by Sarfraz. I'd like to see, perhaps for that short ball, Pretorius maybe bowling it a bit straighter, just to see how Sarfraz reacts. Is he going to hook? Some batsmen just can't help themselves. Or is he going to get under it?
Yeah, Ken, that man out at deep square is very square. So, he's absolutely bamboozled him with that one. You see Krishila with hands on his heads there at the bottom of your screen. It's so the direction of that delivery and the pace at which Michael Pretorius is bowling at the moment, really just exemplary stuff here. It's just the one from the over, and that was Vihari. If you watch that one again, Ken, what did you think about it?
I think Sarfraz tried to pretend that he left it, but he was clearly beaten there. The bat was hanging out. Wonderful delivery by Pretorius. Most of his balls have been angling in, and that one just held its line. Sarfraz is away now. Half volley on leg stump, and Pretorius kicks the ground in frustration. It's not going to go for 4 as Kaya Zondo chases it down towards the cow corner boundary. And 3 runs for Sarfraz Khan. That'll be a relief for him. And the end of the over, 74 for 3 now, India A after 25 overs. Hanuma Vihari on 14 and Sarfraz Khan on 7.
Ken, put yourself in the shoes of Captain Peter Malan. Do you let Michael Pretorius bowl another one, or do you let him have a rest? Do you include Pranal and Subrian from the Loch Logan and then have a spin from both ends? Spin twins playing a large role in the Indian A innings, and we were at Krishnappa Gautam, who was really rushing through them. But time for spin from both ends.
Yeah, Miguel Pretorius has bowled 5 overs since lunch from the Loch Logan. And he might want another just so that he doesn't end on a poor note with that leg stump half volley. But I guess it depends on how he's feeling. Mutasami using the same field as for the previous over.
Yeah, there's a man out there at deep square, Ken, so they're obviously looking for some work for him to do. He's a lot squarer than he was in the previous over from those attempted sweep shots. Mutasami in once again. Just works that to Marco Janssen, who's just lurking at a very close in mid-wicket region. Mutasami would want to really make the most of an opportunity here to bowl at Khan. Great stop there by Marco Jansen. He's just extended and he dove and made sure he cut that one off. It could so nearly have been a boundary. Great stop there by Kai Zonda under the helmet. Ken, that's impressive from the season campaigner. You normally, like we said, wouldn't expect him to be there, but a great stop on the bounce there.
Sharp work here by Zondo. Mutasami pausing quite a lot between his last few deliveries, perhaps for effect. And a good end to the over, so 74 for 3 after 26 overs. India A, the deficit 194. And we'll just keep an eye on. Looks like Miguel Pretorius is making his way from that deep backward square leg position to bowl another over. There goes the cap.
You've definitely called it, Ken. He wants one more. The leg stump half volley meant that Sarfraz could get 3. It's now Vihari that he's going to bowl to. So let's quickly give you that field. 2 slips and a gully point. Man in the covers. Mid off. Mid on. Mid wicket. As well as Marco Jansen down at fine leg. Michael Pretorius. 1 for 17 from his 90. Begins his 10th now. Just defended is Hanuman Vihari. He'll be under pressure a little bit. Mentally, got to keep an eye on where the game is. He is captaining today in the absence of Priyank Panchal. Wonderful performance in the previous game, getting 50 in both innings, but it's a completely different ball game when you are captain. The mind has to work twice as hard, or even 3 times. Arviat bending his knees now, rating for that opportunity to come, but he doesn't. It's another leg stump half volley from Michael Pretorius, and this time it races away to the cow corner boundary. Deficit now 190, and India A are 78 for 3. Over pitch, Ken.
Yeah, interesting that Vihari actually played that from pretty much an off-stump line, but the length enabling him to pick his spot. Just adding to the pressure that Vihari might feel is that he's probably the most experienced test player in this India A team, played 12 tests, so they'll be expecting him to lead the way. So that's just tapped to point for no run. I guess there's a chance still that he could be in the India Test squad coming here later this month, which hasn't been announced yet. The selectors possibly have chosen it already in India, but haven't announced it. But a big score by Vihari here. Certainly won't do.
Such a crucial thing to note, Ken, is watching Sinatemba Koshile with his wicket-keeping technique. He watches the ball right into the back of the hands. It's something that all young wicket-keepers should be working on, and even those who field in the outfield. It's good to watch the ball into the hand. Got to catch it late, but see it early. This one just straight at that time, and there's an exclamation. They thought they may have gotten an opportunity there. But yeah, coming back to Hanuman Vihari, do you think there's inherent pressure because you are the most experienced when it comes to the international game, that you come to a level like this and are expected to perform. He has done so in the previous game, but do you think he still feels that pressure?
Well, I think a lot of the pressure will come from himself. A lot of it will be self-inflicted.
Yes.
Yeah, he'll expect to shine at this level as he gets underneath that short pitch delivery from Miguel Pretorius. And the end of another over. And I fancy that might be it for Miguel Pretorius. 10 overs, 1 for 21. He's bowled a very tidy spell indeed. First change from the Loch Logan end. India a 78 for 3 after 27 overs. The deficit 190. Sinuan Mutasamy is going to bowl his 4th over from the Willows end. Safraz Khan on strike. Seeing if there's any changes to the field. No, the lanky Marco Janssens going back to mid-wicket where he fielded so well in the previous over.
Definitely.
Here's Mutasamy again. A bit slower through the air there, I fancy. Decently flighted.
Yeah, Mutasamy, much better control there in that last delivery. He's bowled with a little bit of flight in the previous one, but now he bowls to Khan. Again, tries to work that around, and he does. Marco Janssen won't be... Oh, he will clean it up. He looked like he'd waved that one away to say to Miguel Pretorius that it wasn't going to be his responsibility, but rather the lanky fast bowlers. But good bit of work there from Janssen. No change to the field. We're 3 minutes away from a drinks break.
Mutasamy just getting a bit straight, I think, at times by the field. You'd expect him to be trying to bowl middle and off. That one just fielded by Janssen at mid-wicket. Nice positive stride there by Vihari in defence.
You can see the quality with which Vihari builds his innings. Looks like a man who knows exactly what he wants to do. Execution may only be his undoing. This one, he's hit it hard, straight to Tony de Zorzi at mid-wicket, who immediately leaps to his feet and makes sure that a single wasn't taken. One ball remaining in this Mutasamy over.
Yeah, Vihari has made a triple century before in first class cricket, averages 55.31, so he knows how to bat for the long haul. That was nicely struck by Milan across quickly to stop end of the 28th over. India a 79 for 3.
Absolutely. 28 overs gone now. Whether or not Miguel Pretorius is going to continue here, it doesn't look like the case, as you can see there's a man on screen there. More spin from the other end. Pranal and Subrian getting a couple of words there from Mutasamy as he just disappears from your screen there. So how maybe not desperate is the right word, but how I want to use the word desperate, but how they would love to have the use of these two spinners to come right, Ken, because particularly South Africans, when it comes to spinners, you not necessarily going to see them bowling in tandem, let alone in South African conditions. So they'd really want it to come right.
I think there's a growing trend in South African cricket, actually, that spinners being trusted a lot more than it has previously. We've seen how well the likes of Keshav Maharaj, Tabraiz Shamsi, George Linder, Bjorn Fortuin have all done exceedingly well for the Proteas, and what was formerly considered a weakness is becoming a strength, and hopefully our batting against spin will follow suit as they are exposed more and more to it. So Brendan Sobrine, who's a right arm off spinner, and that's neatly intercepted by short leg. So there's no run. Sobrine has the short leg and a slip that you can see. There's a man at a straightish mid wicket, a deeper mid wicket, sort of on the edge of where the ring would be, a backward square leg, mid on and mid off, quite deep, extra cover and a point. Tidy enough start by Sobrine. Mid wicket gets across to cut that one off.
It's a good start here by Sobrine. He'll want to build upon the pressure by Michal Pretorius and Sinaran Mutasamy.
Speared in again. Brendan Sobrine bowled the KZN Dolphins to victory in the domestic 4-day competition last season. Took 10 for 90 in the match in the final last season.
How he would love to replicate that, Ken.
Well, especially with him just being named in the test squad for the first time. No better time for him to produce the goods than today or the next couple of days.
Yeah, justifying selection from the national selectors is exactly what he would love to do. And we're going to have a drink from our side, it looks like. Yes. So we'll be back with you in just a moment. Just make sure you put the kettle on there because tea is not that far away. But we are going to be with you throughout this entire broadcast as we have been. And it's been a pleasure to be with you. Don't forget to hashtag SS Cricket and SAAV India. And remember that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020. welcome back to the Mangong Oval in Bloemfontein in the Free State in South Africa. If you've just joined us, my name is Dave Mitchley. Alongside me for this next hour until we put the kettle on for tea.
Facts.
Welcome again, my brother. It is a pleasure. Talk to us on Twitter, hashtag SAAVINDA, Sunaran Mutasami. First ball after drinks. Drives out into that middle region, does Vihari. He's started nicely at Seppo. He wants to build on that.
Oh, 100%. He wants to build on that momentum that he had in the last game as well. Man of the match performance, 2 half centuries. In a little bit earlier than expected. No, sorry, that's Khan, who's also in at the other end. Mutsami's last delivery just driven to the man here at mid-off.
I know is maybe to see who's next up for next lady for a shave, if that's the right word. But Sunaran Mutasami, 2 dots here. He's really bowled well. 0 for 7 from his 4.2 so far. He's coming round the wicket. He just tries to drive that to mid-on. Tony Dazorzi's been busy at the mid-on region for Mutasami's over. 3 deliveries coming his way.
Just scoping out the dugout just to respond to a tweet here. It comes from Shweta Chopra. She's asking, can we just see if Kishan is padded up, and can confirm he is padded up. So he's probably going to be the next man in.
Yeah, we'd love to see him, but we were robbed, so to speak, in the previous game in which the game was called before he could make an impact. It was a rain delay that we were victim to. But the sun is shining brightly here at the Mangong Oval in Bloemfontein. Driven hard, and there's some work here for Pieter Malan, but he's able to snuff things out. It is a glorious day here at Seppo. Once again, we've been blessed with at least the first 2 days of every game being a glorious day for the weather. 5 dots in a row here. Mutasami putting some pressure on Hanuma Vihari. 18 from 58 is the experienced campaigner. His partner at the other end, Safras Khan, much more sedentary in his build-up. 8 from 44. Deficit now 189. Defends that one, and a little bit on the outside half of the bat. Well bowled there. It's a maiden from Sunaran. 30 overs up. 79 for sports. It's been an ebb and flow type game, but not as dramatic in its ebb and flow as we saw in the previous game.
Definitely that. It was on a knife edge. When I was here with Ken, he was saying that the South Africans, I would have thought that they should have gotten 300. I don't blame him for that. But right now, India 79 for 3. They've been consolidating since the last wicket. South Africans' tails were up at the beginning of the session, and now there's a little bit of a lull. Much like how the South African team were batting in the first innings yesterday, but at the beginning. Change looks like Lutho Sipamla is going to be coming from the Loch Logan end. He's back into the attack now, maybe to get under the skins of the Indian batsmen.
Yeah, it's a strange change because we only saw the 1 over. Yeah, strange change. We just rhyme and Simon here. No, but 1 over done from Pranalan Subrani. He didn't concede a run and is summarily dispatched with. Nevertheless, Sipamla in again. Just a little bit fuller that time, perhaps looking to search for that leg before dismissal. So we'll give you the field right now. It's 2 slips and a gully. It's point, it's cover. There's a man at mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket, as well as 2 men at fine leg. Yes, you heard that correct. But actually, it's just one of them that is the fielder. Looks like Jason Smith has got his bib on. 1 in the field, 1 outside the field, and it looks like Michael Pretorius is just getting some sunblock. It is a wonderfully warm day here. Glorious stuff from all involved here. It's been a wonderful day of cricket. South Africa were 7 down at the start of day's play. That was quickly wrapped up. And now India are 79 for 3 after their 30 overs. This partnership is 24. and you'd think, Tsepo, there's something that's going to happen. Something is going to happen. There's been a long period of pressure. Nothing really materializing. Something's going to build up here. Got to be something that's happening. Oh, that one just Zubair Hamza to reel it in. He just brings it in. You might ask the question, how big is the field here? The offside, quite a shorter boundary, traditional length boundary, but on the leg side, Tsepo, you could run and run and run for 3 days and still not be outside of the view of the man at the wickets.
It's been an interesting day here. Luto Sepamla, as David kept saying, something's going to happen, something's going to happen. Something did happen. Found an edge, but a deft touch from the batsman there. Once again on that off-stump line, forcing the batsman to play at that, wants to keep the batsman playing, which is good. Keeps him in action, means that, as David says, something's going to happen. There's a wicket here. The South Africans are keen for a wicket, and Khan will need to keep going.
Yeah, I really think Khan's got the number on his back here. He's his stay at the crease is 10 from 49. He might be the one who's having to absorb all the dot balls. Just 2 runs from the over and the last one from Sepamla. Happy to leave that one. He has a look back at his stumps, but a good leave is one that doesn't take your off stump with you, Tsepo.
Indeed, and just getting shots of the Indian dugout. As you can see, Kishan just getting his eye in there, pads up. He's ready to rumble, which is good news for a lot of the Indian fans here. Good news for Shweta Chopra. We got your back. He is ready to rumble, and it's good to see that. It's never good to see a player getting injured. So, yeah, keen to see him. The South Africans will be keen to see him soon, because if he does come in, it means they got a wicket.
Wait, are you saying that if... Oh, yes, okay, sorry. I was thinking that you were insinuating that he was a walking wicket.
No. As soon as he comes in, they would have taken a wicket for that to happen.
Hopefully a wicket, not a retirement.
Oh, wow, David. Not like that. But the Sami continues. Down.
Shot. Catch this one, Tsepo. Catch this one. That was hit straight back over the head of Sinaran Mutusami. Just down the wicket comes Hanuma Vihari. And we were at risk here at Tsepo. Briefly. Maybe not hit as hard as that. But certainly there was a small thought in the back of the mind about whether or not that may have carried here. Have a look at this replay.
Oh, absolutely spanked over the infield. Sent to the boundary here, right over the bowler's head. And it was in the arc, out the park type of stuff there. Got to the pitch of the delivery and just smashed it.
Short and cut away. But we were speaking about this at the lunch break, Tsepo, about putting pressure on bowlers within the first 2 or 3 deliveries of the over, and how that messes with the bowler's head and his plans around lines and lengths, instead of trying to play catch up later in the over. So 6 to start this over. Mutusami want to bring it back nicely. He's in again, round the wicket, and defends does Vihari.
And that's exactly the case here. You can see Vihari is putting pedal to the metal here. Is getting a little bit more a little bit more urgent rather. We saw a cut off the back foot there that looked like it was going to the boundary if the fielder wasn't there. Once again, coming down the pitch, straight to the man at mid-on, and it got to him quickly.
Tony Zorzi just keeping him honest there is Vihari. We haven't been able to see too many people in the ground today. but just being the weather that was perhaps keeping people away. They didn't want to spend too much time in the sun, Seppo, but there are definitely some fans here enjoying some of the shade of the trees here at the Mangong Oval. Don't forget, if you want to, come hang out with us. Defended. Just give us a big wave when you do see us. If you're listening to us on SuperSport's YouTube channel or the DSTV Now platform, you may be streaming from your phone on your World of Champions, SuperSport. Oh. Please do give us a big wave. You can come in with 50 Rand and proof of your vaccination.
Off the back foot, sliced, but straight to the man. That's a backward cover. To end the over there, Mutsami, a little bit expensive with that 6, but not too bad at all. That ends the over. India 87 for 3. And as you can see, a lovely blue skies. Clouds are starting to roll in now. And if you look in the distance to the right of your screen, ample cloud cover. They're not ominous at all. Marshmallow clouds. Very soft, very not too threatening at all. But it is truly a lovely day. A nice little breeze rolling in here. It gave the bowlers a little bit of assistance and giving us a little bit of a cool breeze. We just saw Miguel Pretorius go off the field. Looks like Jason Smith is coming in. He's standing at fine leg at the moment.
Sipamla to begin a new over. 1 for 25 from 6. Straight this time, and Janssen does the fielding. $87 for 3 is the score now, and these two teams evenly poised. I think another wicket would shift it in the favor of the South Africans, but this partnership, Tsepo, is really frustrating them. Not from a runs perspective, but there's nothing really happening. They're not exactly scoring prodigiously, nor are any deliveries putting tremendous pressure on this batting pair. Just the dot there. He loudly shouts no as Dazorzi cleans it up.
Would you say that the plan here from the Indians is just see out the session, preserve as many wickets as possible, go into tea, only 3 down, and take it from there?
Yeah, we're only 18 minutes into the final hour before tea. It's a long way away, Tsepo. And perhaps they're looking to see out the South African pacemen and take on the spinners. We saw in the previous over that Mutasami was hit back over his head for 6. With Mikhail Pretorius also off the field, Tsepo, you got to wonder if it may have just sort of serious reason that he's not on the park.
I'm assuming it was a comfort break. Didn't see any signs of struggle on the field. Didn't see any moments of impact on his body that may have made him leave. I just think it was a little bit of a comfort break. Lots of effort here. Constantly running in. High-paced deliveries. Oh, what a shot! Off the back foot. Sarfaraz Khan, you beauty. He's a real stroke player, is Sarfaraz Khan.
Absolutely, Tsepo. He's been promoted ahead of Ishan Kishan. As it looks like somebody's having to do the fielding there. You can see a couple of fans there playing around. Oh, there's a wonderful. He's coming right on over the wicket, and he's bowled a bit of a wide there.
I will keep you in the loop on
the embankment game.
The embankment game, the third strip. Keep you in the know, not just giving you the updates here, but we definitely want to look at this replay. Oh, look at this angle. It's perfect. Oh, finds the middle of the bat, finds the gap, backward points. Nowhere in sight, and just a dive of despair from Dazorzi. A little bit of alliteration there.
Dazorzi's divers. Sounds like a swimming club. He's just pushing hard at that one, but not quite getting there. These two, I just spoke about them not really scoring runs prodigiously, and they've hit 2 boundaries in 2 overs here. Looks like there was a lovely shot on on the embankment. A straight drive there for Thrall. And again, he's missed that one. He's hit the picnic basket. I think he may have bowled him there on the embankment. But more importantly, Sipamla, 1 ball remaining in his 7th, 1 for 29. He'd like to finish strong.
Ooh, that wasn't a bad way to finish at all. Oh, very, very close to that off stump. But as you know, Sarfaraz Khan very aware of where that off stump is. A very good leave at the end of that over. India, 91 for 3. 33 overs have passed.
He's headed into the covers on the embankment there. But I think we'll give them a bit of a rest there on the embankment. Don't want to put them under too much pressure. Let's worry about what's happening here on the square. 91 for 3 after 33. This partnership creeping along. 36 now. And they're scoring just under 3 runs to the over. Mutasami will continue. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 13. So other than that blemish of the 6th Tsepo, he's bowled really well. And miserly is probably the best assessment of his bowling.
He's been economic, but at the same time, I think the South African bowlers had put pressure on the Indian batters, especially at the start of the session when Miguel Maturis got that early wicket. And ever since then, Indians are keen to just consolidate, wait for the right time. And now seems like that time, a beautiful drive, piercing the gap of the 2 short fielders here. But a man at long off will pick that up. I believe that's Peter Malan. Skipper.
Captain, my captain. So I wonder if there's a discussion now. You see Peter Malan just directing things to Senna and Mutasami. I wonder if Tsepo, there's a possibility of an easy run there just to give them a way to rotate. So they want to bowl to Sarfaraz Khan as Kai Lihle Zondo makes his way under the dome.
Full name there. Sounds like parents would call you when you're in trouble by your full name.
Yes. Yes.
Did you spill the milk?
Well, there's no need to cry about it, Tsepo. Come on. So now he's under the helmet. Malan is in the ring, and the only man out is Marco Janssen at deep square. Down the wicket, and he's been stumped. Got him. That's exactly what you would have wanted. Sarfaraz Khan, he's been frustrated. I called it, Tsepo. You were talking about whether or not a wicket was going to come and who it was going to be. I said on the sly in the whisper to you that it's going to be Sarfaraz Khan. He's too impatient, and that one is on me. Absolutely. He's come down the wicket, and Qashile makes absolutely no mistake with the stumping behind the man there.
Absolute nonsense from your mouth, David. You didn't say that. An absolute, not the best of shots. Came down the pitch earlier and did well, but this time missing at all ends up. And he has gotten himself stumped. Good hands from Qashile as well to get the opportunity, because oftentimes you could miss that. But a little bit of agency, or too much urgency, proving to be the downfall of Sarfaraz Khan.
Yeah, Tsepo, he just came down the wicket, and you saw Kai Zondo going with him. Kai Zondo would have been stumped as well, but that's all that matters, is that he doesn't have a bat in his hand. He has the helmet on, but as you can see, the left-handed Ishan Kishan making his way onto the parket. You'll see as he walks onto the field, Tsepo, that there's a number of dark lines at the end of play yesterday, at the close of play. The lawnmowers were working hard to make sure that the outfield was immaculate for the next day, but what that does is when the water table is so high, you'll see that the soil makes its way to the top of the grass. It's not as settled, and so you'll see slightly darker lines in the outfield. But Ishan Keshan, the wicketkeeper, joins his captain at the wicket. You've got a feel for a guy like Upendra Yadav, who's kept most of the game so far, and then doesn't get the joy of batting.
I must say, it's a privilege to represent your country. It's a privilege to be a sub, and it's a privilege to play cricket. It might not be the full game, but if he had some good hands at that time, it was an opportunity for him to really show the selectors that maybe you guys should have chosen me. Or maybe he's growing, maybe he has a long career ahead of him, and that could be valuable experience in the middle. So I'm not sure I feel bad for him necessarily. It's not like he was tipped to play. But yes, Ishan Kishan, a fan favorite here. One of my favorites players to commentate. Name just rolls off the tongue so easily. Ishan Kishan. Mutsami continuing from over the wicket here. Just tickles this to the leg side. No run there. And the pressure back on the Indian team now.
Yeah, 4 down with about 34 minutes to go to that tea break. Sinaran Mutasami 1 for 14. We said that the only real blemish, Tsepo, was that shot in anger from Hanuma Vihari. He's coming left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Kishan. He just hits that back up the ground. 2 to come. Good to see. Good to see a bit of pressure from Mutasami. And the fruits of his labour bore in that stumping. Oh, he just tries to hit that down to Tony Dzolzi. Well fielded off of his own bowling. Tsepo, it's enjoyable as a wicketkeeper to stump someone, but you almost feel as a spinner you've outfoxed your opposition there with a delivery that he completely misses.
No doubt about that, Dave. No doubt about that. You could see as this over ends that you could see that Mutsami was expecting him to come down the pitch. He'd been punished that way before, so just put it a little bit shorter, preventing Khan from getting to the pitch of the ball and just smoking it over the infield. This time around, pitching it a little bit shorter, it bounced past the bat. By the shoulder of the bat, so even if he did get bats on ball, would have been a thick edge to maybe a man standing at slip, but just like that, got the wicket. We're seeing Michal Pretorius is back on the field, which means that Jason Smith, who's just come into your shot, gets to chill in the dugout once again. Luto Sapamla is going to continue from the Loch Logan end. Coming over the wicket now. And a well left delivery. Well left by Vihari here. Put yourself in the Indian shoes, David. Not too far away from T. Just lost another wicket. 2 wickets this session. Haven't passed that 3-figure mark just yet. Would they feel that they're under the pump, under pressure by any chance, or they're still within this game? They can still decrease the deficit significantly.
By no means is this game in the hands of one team or another. India's hopes, not necessarily hopes, maybe that's unfair on them, but certainly the expectation of success in getting to this score and then obviously building on top of it has to come from a big knock here by Hanuma Vihari. He definitely would want to contribute to this team total. It's already 4 wickets down. Kishan at the wicket, only you would imagine recognized batsmen at the wicket now. Kishan and Vihari. No disrespect meant to Deepak Chahar, but not necessarily picked only as a batsman. Just having a look at that final Tsepo that Ken was alluding to in the previous session, the domestic 4-day competition final, in which Pranal and Subrine picked up 10. But the combination of Subrine and Mutasami not going unnoticed by the South African A selectors. Oh, that so nearly could have been a drop catch. So nearly it went on the bounce to Sarul Ervian. He's not quite gotten it cleanly, and so it goes down to, well, you might call it a straight hit position, right behind the wicketkeeper. And nothing there for him. So close, so nearly could have been something more, Tsepo.
Oh, certainly that. Soft hands from Vihari may have made that a little bit easier here. But Luto Sapamla will not be mad at that at all. He'd love to see that. just bouncing short of the man that is sort of at like a backward second slip. Quite far away from the keeper there, and found the gap in between keeper and first slipped at that last shot, last edge rather.
One ball remaining in this Sipamla over. Just the two from it, and it really shouldn't have been anything. He's bowled well, has Luto, after a bit of a rough start this morning. And change of ends has done him well. Change is as good as a holiday, and he would have felt that he's enjoying that one. That just get up and quick single there, because he's hit that very straight for a shot that looks very much like a cut. But that is the end of the over. One from that final delivery there. 95 for 4.
A change is as good as a holiday. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Feels like I'm on holiday here. Nice weather, fantastic weather. Love the summer here in South Africa. And also, by the way, going on holiday, going to Cape Town. A great place to be, a great place to just visit. And don't forget also the sponsors of today's show. This broadcast brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Remember, you can host your events in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination, 2020. And also the destination for one of the tests and 3 of the ODIs, or 2 of the ODIs. The one is in Paarl, but still, same neighborhood. With Sammy continuing from the Willow's End.
I don't know if there's any love lost between the Paarl team, of which Peter Malan is a part of, and Western Province. Same neighborhood, but certainly not best friends when it comes to the 4-day domestic competition. Mutasami round the wicket. Just defends it. Big stride there to squeeze that one and deaden the spin that comes out the wicket.
A lot of flight with that delivery. He's onto it in a flash, is Sir Brian. As you're saying, David, no team will feel that they're really ahead in this game, hanging on a knife edge. 2 recognized batsmen. Vihari can definitely do some damage, and so can Kishan. Big runs in the last game. As this one, just beats the man at a short cover. Dezozi diving once again. Oh, sorry, is that Zondo? Yes, it is Zondo. My mistake. They're literally at the opposite ends of one another. Dezozi had a short mid-wicket, and Kaya Zondo on the offside.
You can be forgiven for confusing the two, because they both have... Hats. Oh, and I was going to say the 73 and the 33.
Yeah, hats.
Dezozi has 33, while Zondo has... And they both have the wide rim. But he's now under the helmet, over the wicket. Just defends that one. Does Ishan Kishan. He went off in the first innings, Tepo. He was feeling some stress about his back. He had the physio come on and then offer some treatment. Quite a lengthy delay. I believe it was 25 minutes after the luncheon interval on day number 1. And then eventually going off when Upendra Yadav came back on. Just defended that last one to Dezozi. End of that Mutasami over. 1 for 8. No, 1 for 16 from his 8. 15. I don't want to add an unnecessary run to him. Sapamla will continue from the Loch Logan end.
Yeah, the injury, not comfortable at all. He'd been struggling with his back even early in the first innings when he was wicket keeping. We saw him getting some treatment on the side of the field, or maybe just a little bit of a back rub from the physio. Really do hope his back is okay, though. Know that A.B. de Villiers, for example, didn't enjoy keeping for that very reason. Was really hurting his back.
Yeah, it was challenge for him. But back at this game, Luther Sapamla 1 for 32 from his 8. Discussions, Tsepo, around Safraz having some issues against spin. But I'm sure you'll give that to us after this delivery. 2 slips and a gully in place. Waiting. Hoping for something that doesn't come there. Rashile is the one who collects it. Abhid Nandan
Well done.
Nahata. There you go. What is it?
Abhinandan.
Abhinandan. Wonderful.
Not trying to upstage you, David. I've been practicing silently for a while.
Under the bus.
No.
Chuck me under the bus. It's okay.
No, but he has a valid point here, saying that after thinking about it for a while, Safraz has had issues against spin, fighting very hard against the seamers to get his 14 off 50. But he gets out playing a release shot against spin. It happens though, but after all, that hard work, a solid 4 defensive here. Happens though, but after all the hard work, it was all to capitalize and make a statement. Tough luck.
Yeah, it was just a bit of a rush of blood there from Safraz Khan.
He did well. He did dispatch Mutsami a little bit earlier in the over, the previous over. So, it worked before. It just didn't work the second time. So, must feel a bit hard done. Or you must commend the bowler for being aware of this and moving accordingly.
Driven hard. Good work there by Luther Sapamla to get a hand there. He just stuck out the paw and stopped a certain boundary. He played that so well, did Vihari. He just smashed it back at Luther Sapamla. Good effort from the bowler.
Good effort indeed. You love to see it when a bowler fields off their own bowling. It shows that they're keen to make sure that their figures are decent. Very awake, very sharp is Luther Sapamla at the moment. Must feel that he has a statement to make here. Not being included in the test squad. And not for lack of talent at all.
Yeah, I think the reasoning around it may be not wanting to rush him back in. He's had a challenge around some injuries, but you don't want to force somebody into a position that they may not be ready for yet. They'll almost certainly keep him in the mind. He's still young enough, Tsepo, that he can have a significant career ahead of him. Don't forget, if you want to join in on the conversation, cut up and over the top. It's between gully and point, and that's going to race away to the point boundary. It's 4 runs. Lovely shot there. He just leaned back ever so slightly and slashed it away.
He leaned back and leaned back. Gave it a smack to the offside. It was a very good shot. That.
Yeah, but the rhyming wasn't good.
What?
No.
That doesn't matter. What
Shocker.
matters is that shot, a very short delivery, right by his shoulders, timed that to perfection, and threw it right over the men on the infield to get himself 4 runs. And not just that, bring up the Indian 100. India A sitting now on 100 for 4 after 36 overs.
Yeah, don't forget, if you want to join in the conversation, hashtag it SS Cricket or hashtag SAAVINDA. That's India without the second I. Welcome to all of our viewers on SuperSport's YouTube channel, as well as on DSTV Now 246. Great fielding again off of his own bowling. Luther Sapamla really leading from the front, truly leading from the front when it comes to making sure that he keeps his economy nice and low. You can see it's a glorious day here at the Amangong Oval in Bloemfontein. You see there's a dark tinge on the outfield, but like I said, the water table is very high. There's been a number of days of rain here at Tsepo, and that really puts a change to how the outfield plays. It slows it up ever so slightly, and we've seen lots of 2s and 3s here, perhaps more than you would expect from a 4-day game due to the high water table.
Yeah, also it was to the longer boundary, especially when the ball runs to what is now the leg side, as Mutsami coming from the willow end to the left-handed Ishan Kishan. Solid forward defensive to Mutsami. There's some talks here on Twitter about him being ordinary, David. Would you describe that as his performance today? Would you use that to describe his performance today? Sorry.
Are we talking Senna and Mutsami?
Yes, indeed.
How would they quantify ordinary? I mean, he's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 15. He picked up a wicket as well. That of Sarfraz Khan, who scored in the previous game.
Big
So
runs.
a big wicket.
I think ordinary is a little bit harsh. Yes, he did get punished for 1-6.
And then there was a 4 from the over from the other end. But that's not his responsibility. But yeah, ordinary. I think people see things as ordinary when guys are bowling dot balls.
And with that said, there was a sustained amount of pressure as well here on the Indian batsmen, and that's what produces those release shots. That's what leads to those big shots, trying to put the pressure back onto the bowlers. That's literally what we're saying at the time. Second ball of his over.
To force the issue.
Exactly.
I think people see ordinary as dot balls, but ordinary is more a player who is easily knocked around and is able to be manipulated from the way they play their shots. More flight there from Mutasami, just easily collected by Arvia, who's in the ring field, Tsepo, as opposed to in the slips.
Yeah, true that. Just continuing on what looks like ordinary bowling, or defining ordinary bowling. If you're getting 6 runs off 3 twos, literally just 3 shots that you find a gap in, you take 2 easy runs, that's already 6 runs in the over. There's no pressure on you to force a big shot, to force the topic. There's no pressure built at all. Dot balls build pressure, whether it's Test, T20, One Day International. Dot balls build pressure, and we've seen a lot of those from Mutsami. So I think, yeah, ordinary seems a little bit harsh.
Luto Sapamla from the Loch Logan in to begin his 10th. 1 for 36. Like you said, the speedster perhaps looking for an opportunity to prove the point that he wants more selection opportunities.
Do you think he's actually thinking that, David? Do you think he's I'm sure he's seen the squad, maybe hoping that his name would be up there. Might be a little bit disheartened, knowing that he's been in the side before. He's been in the Test side before. He has had his Test debut, so he's had a taste of it before. But now not making the 21-man squad, do you think that's setting a fire up there in his heart? Really getting him going, or do you think he may have been a little bit disheartened by it?
Yeah, I wondered this morning, Tsepo, if it had played a role in the way he bowled his first spell. That's gone in the air, and it's going to go to a vacant cow corner region, and it's going to race to the boundary for another 4. Just overpitched there, did Luto Sapamla, and suitably dealt with. So there you go, just having a look at the back end of that replay. I'm sure we'll show it to you once again. Just see Sapamla coming in, and it's essentially was that a full toss? Leg stump half volley? Poor from him. Certainly in his first spell of the day, did we see that he had some trouble early on, but able to pull it back in the second one. Just gets on the top of that bounce, does Ishan Kishan. Hits it out to Kazonda at mid-off. So important, Tsepo, for neither side to give anything to the opposition. You want to make sure that you start with your shift in momentum and then continue with it. There's nothing more frustrating than getting a little bit of momentum, a forward momentum, a couple of inches here and there, perhaps a wayward over.
Oh, lovely drive from. Oh, what a shot here from Ishan Kishan. Really good to see that stroke. That was a scintillating shot. It was in the slot and absolutely dispatched.
Suitably dealt with. That's the second boundary in the over from Luther Sapamla. You just see, he just comes forward, does Ishan Kishan. Doesn't look like a man who went off for back troubles, but the physio would have been working hard on him to ensure that they they make him match ready to continue playing a part in this game. As Zondo makes the long trip back from that that middle position that he's placed at. He is in that position now. You might think this is the end for Lutus Pamla's spell. He's bowled 9.3, 1 for 44. It's been an expensive one, this one. 8 so far. And it's exactly what I was talking about, Tsepo, when it comes to allowing the opposition to get away from you or to perhaps build on a start.
Yeah, just a lapse in concentration is what we're seeing here from Lutus Pamla. And with the looseners at the beginning in the entire first over, one that was wayward on the onside, one that was wayward on the offside, it was actually vice versa. That may have been one over. He did come back nicely though, so he does have the quality. He knows it, we know it, but it's just that consistency, and we're hoping that with time he starts to build that consistency. I'm sure he's also hoping that, just that focus.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be working on it with his coach at the Imperial Lions, Wandile Guavu, to make sure he's continually maturing as a fast bowler. Well, that was a straighter one. It was a loud exclamation. Looks like Sir Brian just jammed his foot there in the turf, and now you'll see he's flattening it out there.
The turf or his foot?
Possibly both. But it's the turf. He's just making sure that he doesn't jam his foot in the turf and then do himself a misdeed.
So what do you think Sapamla needs to do to get himself back in the reckoning again?
Well, I don't think he's done something expressly wrong to get himself out of the squad. Remember, he's had a couple of challenges, particularly with injury, and then he's done really well in that feisty Lions quartet that has really just set the world ablaze in this year's 4-day domestic competition. So he hasn't done anything horrendously wrong that he can maybe go back and work on. The key, I think, Tsepo, is he's got to be consistent, and he's got to continue to plug away, work at his trade, get better. Everybody has to get better at what they're doing in order to succeed. So he'll want more of that. Two men out on the boundary. Michael Pretorius at a long off, as well as Marco Janssen at deep square leg. Mutasami to begin. He's headed exactly there to Miguel Pretorius, so there's one there.
Just going back to our Lutus Pamla conversation, could it be just the fact that there are so many fast bowlers that are doing very, very well? Duan Olifir coming back from what was a Colpack deal after breaking the hearts of many South Africans in 2018, saying that he was looking to, this was a beautiful shot to the leg side. Miguel Pretorius picks it up there from long on, shifting, sweeping there on the leg side. But going back to that, do you think it could be a case that a lot of fast bowlers are just out there now, are just getting ahead of Sapamla?
Yeah, he's often seen as a replica to Kagiso Rabada, and so when KG was out in the previous summer, that's when Luto stepped in. Nelson for 4 at the moment, and you and I have 1 foot in the air and 1 foot firmly planted on the ground? Or you just denying that you're saying you're going to put feet flat on the ground? So does that mean you're supporting South Africa and not being a neutral?
None of this superstitious nonsense, David. I don't buy it. I just don't.
Nelson struck in the previous game, and Nelson's at risk of striking here. It isn't, but it's a quick single there. So 1-1-2. We're off Nelson. We can all take a sigh of relief as cricket fans.
I will say that when the deficit was 2-2-2 for the Indians, they did lose a wicket. But that doesn't mean I'm
Nelson.
That doesn't mean I'm superstitious. It could be a coincidence.
Hashtag Nelson. Hashtag SS Cricket and SAAV in a Mutasami into the left-handed Kishan, who just pushes this to the offside.
Please, guys, please tweet. Tell us if you're superstitious about this Nelson stuff. Do you keep your legs up? Or are you like me? You're a sensible person. You believe that players get their wickets.
I think that sounds like a poll for tomorrow, Tsepo. Do you believe in Nelson? Or the curse of Nelson, 111, 222, 333. Anyway, that one's hit down the ground to Michael Pretorius. You can just see he's collected that. And everybody changes around because it's the end of the over. 40 overs done, 113 for 4.
We're just seeing the figures there. 113 for 4. This partnership at 21. Kishan contributing 11 of those runs. And Vihari contributing the rest.
10.
10.
There you go. Quick
What
maths.
if there were extras?
There's been 12 extras in this innings, 8 of which have come from... No, that's the previous innings. I'm so excited to see extras. He has a lot of extras for an early start. There was 4 buys.
That's true.
Not
That's
forgetting
true.
there was 4 buys. I told you it was the end of Supamla's over, and exactly that's what we're going to get. Pranelan Subrine, a man who picked up 10, as I said, or Ken said, in that domestic 4-day final last year, 2020-2021. He's going to continue from the Loch Logan end. He's going to begin a new spell from the Loch Logan end. Only 1 over, yet to concede a run, slip in place.
Well, could be getting the spinner in here to the new batsman, Ishan Kishan, the left-hander. You think they're doing matchups here by any chance, Dave?
It's very much within the realm of possibility. We'll give you the field here. Slip and silly point in place. They're moving Michael Pretorius, who's at deep backward square. A lot squarer now. There's a man at mid-wicket. Long off. 3/4 mid on. And if we have a look at the rest of the field, it's a man square at point, or behind point, a man in the covers, and then Lutus Apamla is right on the edge there, Tsepo, of what you might imagine the ring to be on maybe another strip further along. Defends that and is easily collected. So, quite a spread out field. Sparse, you may describe it as.
Very interesting spread outs. Maybe expecting fireworks here from Ishan Kishan as he just plays this straight to Kaya Lihle Zondo.
Yet to get a run. I think Tsepo then know that he's likely to be the one that puts his foot on the gas. And what that means is that if you've got men out, be it 3/4 or all the way, you give yourself an opportunity of taking wicket. He does come very wide, does Pranelan Subrine. If you just watch him, that round the wicket, actually he's really coming from the edge of the strip, forcing the angle into the left-hander. Watch how he comes wide. Goodness, it is so wide, and he's forcing the angle and then hoping that it grips and turns ever so slightly. End of his over. It's a maiden.
Literally on that wide line, David. Well spotted. We, as you can see, coming into your shot now. A man from the Indian camp bringing on something for the batsman. Maybe just a refreshment and a cap. Oh, helmet's off now to face the spinners. Imagine now the South Africans bring on the pace bowlers like, okay, I see that you don't want to bat with the helmet. Let's get serious now.
Yeah, we're 5 minutes away from that tea interval. So if it was a drink, I think the umpires would be seriously unimpressed. But it is a cap that Hanima Vihari is going to put on here. He's 5 away from 40 and 15 away from a half century. Now, we have a strange field because it's almost 3 guys in line with each other. You've got catching cover, you've got a mid-off and a long-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. Oh, just a defensive shot. Lots of flight here. He's not afraid to toss it up. Is Sanaran Mutasami Tsepo. Just having a look at that field, mostly on the offside. There's a man bottom right, left-hand corner of your screen, Michal Pretorius, and you just see somebody else in the cover region. Kazonda's kept his helmet on. You can see him there on the right-hand side of the screen. He's the man under the helmet for Sinaran Mutasami. I think South Africa are going to push for a couple of overs here to try and squeeze this Indian pair just before tea.
Interesting, I'll tell you now, after this delivery from Mutsami. You mentioned it with the Subrian over. That angle coming into the right-handed batsman, really getting wide of the crease, trying to create that angle going around the wickets, maybe to prevent them from getting too much room. And also that full length as well, because if it was short of a length, they could just lean back or maybe even set themselves up and hook it to the onside to get big boundaries there. So maximum discipline required here.
Mutasami again, 2 to come. It's another dot ball. Could we be in store for a back-to-back maiden foray from these two? 2 minutes away from the tea interval. We're certainly going to get another over. Yeah, that's the end of the over. It's a maiden over from Sanaran Mutasami. He's bowled 11 overs, 1 for 20. That wicket coming to him is a stumping. Just having a look at the bowling figures for the South African A team. Janssen 1 for 20 and 9. Sipamla 1 for 44. Been expensive in 10. Michal Pretorius 1 for 21 in 10. Sanaran Mutasami 1 for 20 in 11. And then Subrian with the 2 maidens from the overs that he's bowled. He's going to bowl again now from the Lochlogan, and then they continue with the slip and the man under the lid right in front of him. Just before the tea break with another maiden. Sipamla comes in from that cover position. He was right on the edge. He's come a little bit closer.
Good to see contributions. His own bowling from except Subrian. Sorry about that. But he has contributed 2 maidens, which could be considered as pressure, as this one just beats the man under the lid, but there's protection there on the offside.
Maybe it's keeping cars on the fresh, like a Tupperware of some kind. That's what it's under that type of lid. Fresh for his batting stint.
No.
15 dots now in a row from Prindle and Subrian.
David, we need to put a quote on some of these puns of yours.
So I must have a minimum of...
Maximum,
okay,
sir.
okay.
The quota
Cap,
is... sorry, cap. Sorry, it's
cap.
the other side.
Like
no! No, David. This one very well played down the leg side. Just tickled there to the vacant fine leg region. The man on the leg side was quite square, so they had to do a lot of work to get there. So Brian just missing his line, erring down the leg side, and costing himself a boundary. The first runs he's conceded today.
Yeah, and those are terribly unfortunate. He just dragged it slightly to the leg side. It's a 4. I don't think he'll be terribly unhappy with himself. It's not necessarily a delivery that he'll be too happy with, but not one that he'll be upset with himself. Change now in the field as we head into the final 2 minutes here before the tea break. Zondo now to the leg side. Pushes hard at it. Does Ishan Kishan. No run there on offer. Hey, if you want to come hang out with us for the last session of today's play at the Mangong Oval in Bloemfontein, if you are around, $50 and proof of vaccination, you can come hang out with us and give us a big wave from the embankments. That's the final ball of this session. We've done it, we've made it, and time for a cup of tea, fellas. South Africa A picking up 2 wickets in this session. 117 for 4, 43 overs gone, and this partnership now worth 25.
Don't forget that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020.
Welcome back to the Mangong Oval. It's the post-tea session. Your commentary team for the next stint will be Vian Duplessis and Ken Borland. But in the meantime, don't forget that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination. Let me hand you over to your commentary team, Vian Duplessis and Ken Borland.
Thanks, David. It's going to be Marco Jansen who will get us underway from the Willow's End. He's bowled 9 overs and taken 1 for 20 today. India 117 for 4, still trailing by 151 runs. Hanuma Vihari is on 35 not out, and Ishan Kishan on 15 not out. As here comes Marco Jansen for the first ball after tea. Going for a very full length there and just steered into cover for no run. A very great pleasure for me to have Vian Duplessis alongside me. He's on the playing staff here at the Free State Cricket Union. Vian, this pitch here in Bloemfontein, there seems to be a little bit in it for everyone. You fancy we can get a result in this game?
Yeah, thanks. A very warm welcome to all our viewers. The pleasure is all mine to be on comms with the legendary Ken. As Marco Jansen into Vihari. Pushed into the offside. That's a marvelous shot. Peter Malan chasing after it. Oh, and he almost reels it in, but goes away to defense for 4. To come back to your question, I do feel that this is definitely the wicket that has the best possibility for a result of the 3 tests that has been played. And the game also moving at a good speed. I feel a lot can happen in this last session as we see the replay. Oh, it's a very good shot. What do you think?
Yeah, wonderful how Vihari found the gap there so nicely between cover and wideish mid-off. And a big difference to the post-lunch session where South Africa A were kind of on top right from the start. They got an early wicket and it was a tough session for India A. They only scored 62 runs in that session. Jansen in again keeping with that full length and Vihari defensive this time. But I think that previous shot just showed that he's come out with a bit of positive intent.
Yeah, no, definitely. I must say, of the Indian batters, Vihari definitely, I feel, has looked the best. And definitely has been the most consistent of all the batters in not only the Indian side. Actually, I feel from all the batters on display, he has definitely been one of the most consistent and most prolific run scorers as well.
Yeah, he has played 12 tests. That's well left as Jansen pulls his length back a bit. Yeah, he's played 12 tests, 28 years old, so you would expect him to be one of the leading lights in this India A batting lineup. Jansen's got 2 slips, a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid on, a mid-wicket. There's a man down at fine leg as well. As the clouds are all drifting away from us, it's turning into a beautiful afternoon here in Bloemfontein. That one comes back in quite sharply from Marco Jansen. I wonder how much of the oohs and ahs were for the batsman's benefit, just to make him think a bit about leaving, but that certainly came back nicely.
Yeah, it's a very well bowled delivery. I do imagine, I think that one maybe clipped the front pad as we see the replay, or the back pad rather, on its way through to the keeper. And Marco Jansen's really had a really good series so far and richly deserved call-up to the Proteas test squad.
Yeah, he's been outstanding for SAA. Here he is again. Driven, but straight to cover, no run. And it seems he's one of those cricketers he's got a lot to offer. With the ball, I've been impressed by his control. Obviously, he brings the left arm variation. He's a very tall lad, so he gets some good bounce. he's swung the ball a bit as well, and he's shown what he can do with the bat as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. Marco is a very skillful bowler. In this series alone, we've seen him have the ability to not only bring the ball back into the right-hander, but also push it away. So, and not only in the air, but off the wicket as well. A very, very handy cricketer, pulling his weight not only in the field and with the ball, but has been very impressive with the bat as well.
Yeah, just 21 years old. Obviously a very, very exciting prospect. And it looks like we're going to have Miguel Pretorius starting from the Loch Logan end, where he bowled a very impressive spell, I thought, after lunch.
Yeah, I feel he's made a huge impact coming into this test. He's brought a sense of consistency and control for the captain and coaching staff, as we see him coming in again from the Loch Logan end. On the money as Ishan Kishan pushes that into the sweeper region, where Tony DeZorzi, I think, throws it in, and rather poor work from Kishila and very bad backing up, as it's 4 overthrows. Not the best start from the South Africans, one must say, after the tea interval.
And Tony DeZorzi has his arms outstretched, as if to say what on earth went on there. A bit surprised that South Africa have a deep point in place. Second over after tea, with 2 quick bowlers on.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit of a defensive move, I would say, with the slips in place, by putting the guy out there to cover more ground. It's been a ploy that we've seen right throughout this series, very frequently. But coming back to what you said earlier, Michal has bowled with good pace, good control, and I do feel he's made a huge impact on this game.
And also no mug with the bat, as we've seen in domestic cricket for the Free State Knights. He's bowling now to the right-handed Vihari. Middle for safely field that, no run. Fion, you're an off spinner, but in terms of pace bowling here at the Mangoon Oval, it's not considered one of the easiest places for fast bowlers to thrive. Do you feel it helps them in their development, though, to get better skills? We'll just watch Pretorius coming in quickly for this third delivery. Yeah, it's a good length, that, from Pretorius.
Yeah, definitely it is a difficult place to be a bowler. There's no doubt about that. We've seen a few national roads being developed here within the Mangoon Oval. But definitely it makes for a more skillful seam bowler, I feel. Over the last few years, there's been really good seam bowling stocks here, with Marco and Duan Janssen being here in the previous season, as well as Gerald Kutsia and Michal Pretorius this season, really bowling well.
Yeah, there's a great crop of young fast bowlers that are currently coming out of Northwest Free State, those areas. The pitch is sometimes a bit of a road here, but I can tell you that the road travelling from Northwest to Bloemfontein is not quite so flat. Maybe they should get the groundsman involved in a bit of road maintenance.
Once again, well bowled by Michal Pretorius on the money. But having said, it's difficult being a bowler, but more particularly a seam bowler here in the Free State. There has come quite a lot of good fast bowlers from the Free State, with Alan Donald being one of the most renowned ones coming from here and learning his trade on these national roads. So I do feel it makes for skillful bowlers.
Absolutely agree. Just back of a length from Pretorius, angling into that off stump. He'll be happy sitting there all day. That's a very good line and length to end the over. 126 for 4 now after 45 overs. India A still 142 runs behind. Yeah, I do feel that if you have young fast bowlers always bowling on green pitches that assist them a lot, give them a lot of lateral movement especially, I don't think it really aids their development. I think they can get lazy and just rely on conditions to do the work for them. Whereas here, bowlers really have to learn their trade and learn how to get batsmen out when there's not much in the pitches for them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you learn a lot more when you struggle and when you have to figure things out for yourself. And when things are difficult, that's when your character and your skill set is really tested and developed. The old saying goes, smooth seas never made skillful sailors. So definitely the case here in the Mangaung Oval.
A maritime reference in the middle of Africa, not something you'd expect, but very apt. That's probably going to be a leg bye to the India total, yeah. So India go on to 127 for 4. Is there a better end here for the quick bowlers to bowl, or does it depend on the wind?
I don't particularly think there is a better end. I think most bowlers, they would have an end they prefer. As we see Marco Jansen coming in from the Willows end. Worked into the onside where, could have been a chance possibly had Sipamla gathered cleanly, but not to be the case. But coming back to what I was saying, bowlers usually have like a preference depending on uphill, downhill, wind direction and so forth. But looking at the wicket itself here at the Mangaung Oval, I don't imagine these bowlers have a favoured end. But having said that, also Marco has bowled a lot from this end, and I do imagine Michal bowls a lot from the Loch Logan end, having chosen it coming here this morning.
That's in the gap between cover and mid-off. Mid-off will run across and do the fielding. Just a single for that tidy push by Ishan Kishan. He goes to 21. And for spinners, Fian?
Once again, I think that depends on the dynamics of the field. Looking at the field as it is now, the one side is obviously shorter as they are playing to the right or our right of the field. With the onside towards the big pavilion, what's the grandstand being the further end. So I'd imagine spinners would like bowling from the Loch Logan end with the slog sweep for the right-hander being a big hit out there. I don't imagine someone trying to take on that boundary. But yeah, that's where the left-hand, right-hand combination comes in, making things difficult to decide ends just based on that, as Jansen once again in.
Nicely worked off the hip there by Hanima Vihari. He'll get a single to fine leg. He goes to 41. This partnership now worth 38. And it's been a good one for India, because they were in a spotted bother midway through that second session. The brakes had really been put on the run rate. You've just felt South Africa were getting into a dominant position with a couple of wickets. But I think Ishan Kishan has come in and played pretty positively and certainly hasn't got bogged down. And Hanim Vihari, you can just tell, is setting himself up for a big one. Punched nicely, but straight to cover, no run.
Yeah, Ken, a very interesting battle here between IPL teammates Marco Jansen and Ishan Kishan, having played together at the Mumbai Indians in the last IPL. Marco Jansen getting the upper hand on Ishan Kishan in the previous match, getting him dismissed on 49. well, interesting to see what happens in this last session. Should be a good battle, make for good viewing.
Oh, it's a chance that has gone a begging. A sharp chance, a tough one for Marco Janssen. In his follow through, it was struck quite firmly by Ishan Kishan.
As I said it, the battle just spices up a bit as Kishan strikes it firmly down the ground to Marco Janssen's favoured left hand, but just doesn't manage to hang on as you see the follow replay. Brilliant reaction time from Marco Janssen, and I think only Marco on this field would have been able to get a hand on that, seeing as his arm is almost the same length as some of his teammates.
Yes, Inspector Gadget arms, he throws them out and covers a lot of ground, certainly, yeah. Sharp chance, pity for South Africa, eh? As Miguel Pretorius will resume from the Loch Logan end to Hanima Vihari on 41 not out. Angling into the batsman and just tucked on the onside, mid-wicket will field, no run. Pretorius said he's not giving the batsman much, is he? He's keeping things very tight.
Yeah, Michal has bowled very disciplined today. He's really deviated from his preferred line and length, constantly staying on that top of off full stump channel with the odd short delivery, but very patient and impressive display of bowling from Michal Pretorius. When a bit of aggression shown there by him, like to see it.
Yeah, he's a wholehearted quick bowler, Miguel Pretorius. Started his senior career really at the Titans, and I was surprised when they let him go. He then went to the Central Gauteng Lions. You just see a replay of a good ball and a good defensive stroke there. Yeah, very tidy cricket again. Vihari's looking well organised in that defensive stroke there. Yeah, Pretorius then went to the Central Gauteng Lions, based at the Wanderers. Had some success with them, and has then moved to Bloemfontein and the Knights, where I think it's fair to say his career has taken off even more.
Yeah, that's definitely the case, Ken. And the Knights coach Alan Donald has heaped a lot of praise on Michal, and rightly so, as we see him come in. Once again, doesn't leave his line and length, just bangs away at that area, and it has been impressive. But we've seen Michal Pretorius over the last year or so really reap a lot of rewards for his hard work, and obviously Knights coach Alan Donald hasn't been wrong about him.
Yeah, he's a cricketer I rate very, very highly. In terms of pace, he's up there, isn't he? He's a 140 bowler.
That's well bowled again by Michal Pretorius, hitting the bat hard. I do feel it is round about that high 130s, low 140s. I think he's definitely in that bracket, but he really hits the deck hard. So hits the splice of the bat a lot, and it does seem to be rushing the batsman. But yeah, he's definitely quick enough, and he's been doing well, and he's been bowling briskly today.
And Marco Janssen, I find it difficult to kind of judge what sort of speeds he bowls at, because he's just got such an easy action. Where would you put him on that speedometer?
It's the end of yet another impressive Michal Pretorius over. It's another maiden, if I'm not mistaken. And going back to your question, I do feel Marco Janssen is also in that same bracket, if not maybe clocking above 140 more regularly. I do remember when I was watching IPL and MSL, and the speed clock was showing him bowling 142, 143 on a regular basis, and he does have a smooth run up, almost similar to Mitchell Starc.
Yeah, it's kind of like effortless pace. And it is going to be Marco Janssen continuing from the Willow's End. South Africa just having a few discussions about their field. Still the 2 slips. And a gully, and there's a man now at a backward point. Oh, that's almost come off the back of the bat. And that'll run away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. But Ishan Kishan certainly not in control of that hook shot.
Yeah, very well directed short ball from Marco Janssen. Definitely catching Ishan Kishan by surprise, and as we see the replay, definitely not comfortable at all. And as you saw there, the ball really taking off a back of a length. I do believe he can bowl a bit fuller than the average guy if he wants to get in a proper bouncer.
Yeah, that certainly took off, much to Kishan's discomfort. Goes fuller this time, and well played by Kishan. Again, that steep bounce is causing the diminutive Kishan a bit of unease. He does well enough there, just pushing it away behind square for a single.
Yeah, it does look like Marco Janssen has a bit of extra fire when bowling to Kishan. A bit of a personal battle, I feel. But he's building up a good head of steam and very good rhythm to his bowling. As we see Jason Smith on the park for someone. I'm not sure who is off. Might be Kaya Zondo. But we'll have a keen eye on it to try and figure out who is off the park. As we see a change of angle for Marco Janssen coming around the wicket now. And also a change in field with second slip moving to a short extra cover in a catching position.
So a quick single to mid-on. The players were excited about a potential direct hit there. It was hit straight to the fielder. Bounced up kindly. Bit of a risky single there by Vihari.
Definitely, and we see just hands-on heads all around the park, and especially as we see the replay. Oof, and had the throw been on target, it would have made for interesting viewing. As we see Vihari on his haunches at the non-striker's end.
Not sure if he's contemplating how silly he was to take on Miguel Pretorius' arm, or whether he's just getting his breath back. It is Kaya Zondo who's off the field. Hopefully just for a short while. He does seem to be about to come back onto the field. He's in the dugout.
As we see Captain Peter Malan having quite the cap collection in the Mid-On region. With COVID going on now, the players have to give their caps and jerseys to other players to hold, and Peter Malan obliging in this case.
Very interesting change to the field here. There's an old-fashioned leg slip in place now for Ishan Kishan. He's pretty fine and pretty straight where he is. Oh, it's a full toss, unfortunately, which has beaten the man at square leg. They're going to get a comfortable 2 runs. Just hauled in before the boundary, and they'll come back for 3. I guess the leg slip in place just for that little tickle around the corner that Kishan likes to play.
Yeah, Marco Jansen going for the old-fashioned double bluff, putting in a leg slip and moving his fine leg a bit finer coming around the wicket. But Ishan Kishan up for the task, and Marco Jansen unfortunately missing his mark. As we see Vihari on strike again for the last ball of the Jansen over.
So the ball is into its 48th over now, and Captain Malan is having to come up with a few special plans to try and make something happen. The partnership with 49. Solid defence by Vihari. Could we see a bit of a reverse swing this afternoon, Fian?
I do feel it's definitely on the cards. The wicket is rather dry, and I can imagine that it can be quite tough on the ball, as we see Kaya Zondo making his way back onto the park. But I definitely do feel if proper care has been taken of the ball at this stage, and the wicket being dry, maybe eating away at the one side of the ball, we might be in for some reverse swing. But that said, the outfield's quite soft, so the ball might be still in quite good condition.
Who would be your go-to man if you are going to get it to reverse, Michael or Marco?
Yeah, I think I'd have to go with Marco, the left arm, with a bit of a slinging action, as we've come accustomed to seeing the Pakistani players, and in particular Wahab Riaz, with his sling action, making very good use of reverse swing in the past, and it'll be interesting to see if Marco Jansen does get the ball reversing, and how the Indians deal with it then.
Yeah, and of course Mitchell Stark, another left armer who's known for his ability to reverse the ball. Here's Pretorius again. Now bowling around the wicket to the left-hander.
As we see 2 gullies in place for Ishan Kishan. What do you think the plan might be from a bowling and fielding perspective, Ken?
Yeah, I think they're just not quite calling all pockets, but they're just probably trying to get into the batsman's head a bit. If he flashes it all outside off stump, it could well go to one of those 2 men there.
As we see Sorrel Arvier being off the field. But I do feel the plan here should probably be to hang it outside off, with the deep point out there, and probably them looking to throw hands outside off and maybe slice it into that gully region. It's going to take some sharp catching in that region to catch a ball coming off the bat of Ishan Kishan, as he has quite quick and fast hands.
Yeah, as you've seen in the IPL, he's steered that nicely into the gap through a cover point region. The sweeper will do the fielding, just a single. He goes to 32 now, and that's the 50 partnership between Vihari and Kishan, up in 67 minutes off 91 balls. and they've struck 6 fours. Kishan has contributed 32 of those 50 runs. We were just chatting earlier about how he just came in and played with a bit of momentum and positivity, which I think has really helped India.
Yes, no, definitely. Ishan Kishan has gone at a rate. He's 32 of 43 balls. As Pretorius into Viari. Oh, brilliant piece of bowling, and I must say I would like to see a second or third slip in there. Not quite sure where I would take out a fielder to put in there, but the way he's bowling now, I do feel that his chance might go in that region. But yeah, Ishan Kishan playing a very similar role to current Indian wicketkeeper Rishabh Pant, bringing some impetus into this innings and also resurrecting an Indian innings.
He's not going to beat cover with that drive, unfortunately. Some sharp work by Tony DeZorzi. Yeah, Ishan Kishan, you'd expect him to be quite a positive batsman. He's played a couple of ODIs and 5 T20s for India. So clearly enjoys the white ball stuff, enjoys being positive, getting on with it a bit. And it's all about being able to shift momentum, isn't it? That's what he's done so well here. Again, a solid looking drive by Hanuma Vihari. Yeah, you come in 4 wickets down, less than 100 on the board. Not the best situation for a batsman to come in. It must be quite hard to come in and play as positively as Kishan has.
Yeah, definitely. He's played a very good hand and also a very good supporting role to his captain Vihari at the other end, who he's been solid right throughout the series, and yeah, Ishan Kishan's been a good foil for him in this innings, having him go at his normal pace, and then Kishan going with offense as his best defense, fighting a bit of fire with fire, as we see Michael Pretorius leaving the park and Janssen in again from the Willows end.
I dare say that means we're going to have spin fairly soon. Oh, well, he's just leant on that and stroked it through extra cover. And no one's going to stop that. Lovely boundary for Ishan Kishan.
Yes, that was beautiful hands through the ball as Marco Janssen just over pitches outside off, trying to tempt Kishan into the shot as we see the replay. And Kishan obliging with very good hands and keeping his shape rather nicely to get it through the extra cover region. But Ken, as you said, you think spin should be coming on that end. Who would you go with Muthusamy or Subrian? And do you think Janssen will continue on this end, or what's your call if you were wearing the captain's hat?
Yeah, I think Janssen's probably got an over or two left in him. That's well left by Kishan. Good delivery by Janssen. Yeah, with the spinners, it's tricky with the left-hand, right-hand combination out there. Because as you said earlier, if you're on the one boundary, it's quite a lot shorter than the other one. I think Muthusamy was getting into a decent rhythm. Perhaps I'd go with him. Good cricket again, good ball, well played by Kishan.
Yeah, it's an interesting call to make, especially looking at the dimensions of the field, because If Vihari is on strike, I can't imagine him going for a big shot. But Ishan Kishan, I think he might favour taking on one of the spinners. Both of them who have bowled very well. If it was my call, I'd probably go with Subrian from the Loch Logan end, because of the fact that he turns the ball away from Ishan Kishan, who will be hitting to the short boundary, which would then be a very tempting task for Kishan.
Yeah, and I guess he is more the danger man at the moment. Vihari has dropped anchor a bit. He's doing a great job for India, but Kishan looks like if he bats for a couple more hours, he could really hurt SA. Vihari did come down the pitch and hit Mutusami for a straight six earlier in the day. It thudded into the top of the pad. Fancy that might have left a bit of a bruise for Kishan as he and Marco Jansen exchanged some pleasantries, the Mumbai Indians teammates.
As we see the replay once again. Oof, that's quite the uncomfortable blow. And Marco Jansen still having a word as he's almost at the top of his mark to Kishan, just telling him to watch the ball. Oof. Once again, well bowled. And Jansen definitely with a bit more extra zip when bowling to his IPL mate.
Even his run-up seemed a little bit more. There was a little bit more pace in there. Yeah, there's a spring in Marco Jansen's step. I'm definitely giving him another over. This is a great little battle between him and Ishan Kishan. And it looks like we're certainly getting spin from the Loch Logan end. Wicketkeeper Sinatem Sheila is right up to the stumps. And it is going to be Prenelin Subrian, the off spinner, as predicted by Rian Duplessis. Mid wicket doing the fielding, no run.
Yeah, it's obviously being a spinner myself, I love to see spin operating, and especially the wily off breaks of Prenelin Subrian, who's been bowling well and very accurately. He does seem to be bowling with very good trajectory, and he's bowling at a good pace, probably close to about 90 kilometers an hour. But it does seem to have good shape on the ball at this stage, and yeah, I'm happy seeing some off spin.
Yeah, he generally just darts them in quite briskly, as you say. Every now and then there's one he just holds up a little, and yeah, he's a very crafty bowler. He's done really well domestically for the KZN Dolphins. That's beaten short leg. And mid-wicket will run around to do the fielding. It'll be a single to Vihari. He goes to 43. Vihari has made 2 half centuries in his 3 innings in the series already. He'll be looking for a third, just 7 runs away from the landmark. Silly point in place now for Ishan Kishan, and a slip. Subrian switching to around the wicket.
as Subrian completes another over, and one has to feel that a guy standing that close to Ishan Kishan is correctly called silly, because he tends to swing quite hard, and I can't imagine it's a very pleasant position to be standing as Kaya Zondo is in there. And it has looked to be a tough day there, close to the batsman.
I would almost go so far as to say stupid point. Not your point, of course, Vian, but the fielding position. Where do you normally field?
I enjoy being out on the boundary. I prefer being a boundary rather than being inside the ring. I feel I have a decent arm, and I'm rather safer under the high ball than the flatter balls.
Okay, so you like daydreaming while you're on the field and being left alone by the captain. And yeah, I get it. Senaran Mutasami is going to come on from the Willows end, so we'll have spin at both ends. It's the same end from which Mutasami bowled 11 overs and took 1 for 20 after the lunch break. Got the wicket of Sarfaraz Khan, who was very tidily stumped by Sinitembe Kashile for 14. Decent stumping by Kashile because the ball actually bounced quite high and he had a little bit of a way to go to get it down to the stumps. That's a bit short from Mutasami to start with, but the man on the cover where the ring would be in limited overs cricket does the fielding.
That's well bowled and well worked into the leg side as two fielders converge, and Sipamla does the tidying up with a good arm into Kishile, who has been very impressive up to the stumps, one must say. As we see Kaya Zondo once again coming rather close to the bat of Ishan Kishan.
Yeah, with slow left armour and knowing how Kishan likes to sweep, I think discretion has proven the better part of valour, and Zondo has moved out of short leg where he would have been straight in the firing line to a shortish mid wicket.
As Mutasami continues to Kishan. We do see that Kaya Zondo, just as I wanted to say, keeping on his helmet, standing back, departs with his helmet. I feel he only kept it on because it's maybe a bit of trouble to take it off and put it on again, and I think he may have come to his senses.
Mutasami bowling over the wicket now, and he's settled on a very tidy line and length to the left-hander with the change of angle. Still has a slip in place. Oh, bit of an advance down the pitch there by Ishan Kishan, and then just played defensively.
Yeah, Kishan has been under a lot of pressure from Marco Jansen, and I can't help but feel there's a big shot coming somewhere against the spin, as we see him force the ball into the cover region. And Mutasami does look up to the task. I do recall him being quite a smart and clever one-day bowler as well. So I don't imagine either him or Sir Brian minding bowling to the explosive Kishan, because it, however, being dangerous for the scorecard, it keeps you interested, keeps the game going, and you always feel you're in the game when the batsman's going for you.
Yeah, long on was back for Mutasami, and so they clearly feel Kishan. They're going to dangle the bait, if you like. And Senaran Mutasami, one of those underrated cricketers, I think. He tends to perform pretty well when the chips are down. Pennell and Sobrian, the off spinner, to continue from the Logan end. That one he gave a bit more of a rip, and Vuhari has turned it down towards the vacant fine leg area. And it's a long run for Miguel Pretorius from deep backward square to fine leg. They go through for 3 runs. And India have got to 151 now. Just 5 minutes short of 4 hours at the crease. 317 balls, 18 fours and a 6. As the field now changes for the left-handed Kishan. Silly point, slip, a deep backward square as well. Silly points moved across to short leg.
Yeah, again, I can't imagine that it's pleasant being on there at this stage. I can only see Ishan Kishan going down on one knee, and won't make for pleasant viewing from a short leg point of view.
Down on one knee, and not for a wedding proposal, as that's pushed to mid-on for no run. So it's very clear blue skies above the Mangaung Oval now. Certainly looks like no chance of rain today. 30 overs left in the day. Sir Brian really very, very tidy into his 5th over, and he's only conceded 8 runs. Going a bit straighter for the last 2 balls of the over. Prenell and Sir Brian, and a very tidy over again. Ends with India A on 151 for 4.
Yeah, I must say I've been surprised by Ishan Kishan not going after one of the spinners at this stage. I'd imagine he'd have played a shot, but it's very mature of Ishan Kishan to not have played a shot in anger or in frustration yet, knowing that he's a prolific white ball player and he likes to clear the fences and does so with ease, as we look at the very blue and clear Bloemfontein sky as a light cooling breeze comes through from the western end, I think.
And that's a quick single to square leg. Sapamla lumbers across, and it's a very comfortable run in the end. Yeah, the southwesterly seems to have been blowing the whole day, really. Does that mean anything in particular here?
Not that I'm aware of. We'll have to hear from our very local weather expert, Kenny, the scorer. But he states that we should have a nice afternoon, but he warns that tomorrow afternoon there might be a chance of showers. But weather's been playing their part for this day so far, as we see Mutusami into the very mature Ishan Kishan.
Perhaps it helps that he's batting with his captain. He doesn't want to play a rash stroke with the captain. I haven't seen them talking too much. I'm not sure if Vihari needs to tell him to rein it in particularly. Kishan's obviously an experienced cricketer himself. Even though he's only 23 years old, he's played 76 first-class matches.
Yeah, and he's a very exciting cricketer, likened in the past to the likes of Quinton de Kock, and very much a similar type of player, one must feel.
Similar build, yeah, as he goes back and just defends that to point. Looks like Kaya Zondo's got the helmet on again at at that shortish mid wicket. Bit more flight. Yeah, it's a good over by Mutasamy. I like the line that he's been bowling to the left-hander.
Yeah, he's been bowling well. Been mixing his pace really well, as well as his seam presentation, if I can put it like that. He's bowled a lot of overspin deliveries, mixed it up with a bit of side spin, and I've seen the odd on ball in between, sliding it on, trying to maybe beat the outside edge of Kishan. As we see Subrine coming in for another over, and a very seasoned campaigner on the domestic scene, and he's been around leadership positions a lot as well with the Dolphins, and successful while doing that.
Yeah, a proper cricketer. I mean, he played a key role in the Dolphins winning the 4-day competition last season. Kishile and Kaya Zondo sharing a bit of a joke there, close to the stumps. That's going to be down to long on for a single.
And it is a very long on, as it's Marco Jansen down there next to and parallel with the side screen. As we see Kishan on strike again, and I do still feel we might be in for a shot or two.
And a shortish leg with Kaya Zondo there. Oh, there we go. Down the pitch, hoisted. And that's going to go all the way over cow corner for 6 runs. Ishan Kishan, just as Vian du Plessis predicted, he just couldn't wait any longer.
Yeah, Ishan Kishan licking his lips and has been waiting for a ball that he recognizes in his area, and simply had enough of good bowling from the spinners of South Africa, one must say, and not a bad ball. As we see the replay, a very good view of the shot and the silly short leg fielder, as Kishan deposits that one onto the embankments over the deep mid-wicket fence for 6 runs, and he moves into the 40s.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tricky task for Sir Brian, bowling to the left-hander with a shortish boundary. And there is now, the mid-on is sort of halfway back. Although that was hit very much towards cow corner rather than straight. Down the pitch again. Walloped. But it's just going to be 1 too long off.
Yeah, I can't imagine Subrian being too concerned with Kishan playing a few shots. I think maybe it excites him, maybe it catches his attention, and maybe switches him on a bit more as well. Being a spinner myself, I rather enjoy the batsman trying to manufacture something, and we're in for a good last session.
Kaya Zondo gets that on the chest. Yeah, it won't be anything Prenell and Subrian hasn't experienced before. So no doubt he'll be up for the battle. It's 50 up for Hanuma Vihari with just an easy single to long on.
Yeah, Ken, I'd have liked to see maybe just a bit of awareness there from the South African side to see that Vihari was on 49, maybe to bring up mid on into the ring, and forcing him to maybe try and go over or something, just to maybe create an opportunity of some sort, but giving him the easy single option, and a well-deserved half century, one must say, and hopefully for the Indian side he can convert. It has been a milestone that's eluded him in this series.
Yeah, with you on long on coming up there, just to create a bit of pressure. But Hanuma Vihari's done really nicely for the India A team here. And he's clearly set his stall that he plans on batting for a long time. He's facing Seniwan Mutusami now.
Yeah, and quite suitably so. Vihari wanting to get locked in and go big here, because I do believe he's in the eye of the selectors, with the Indian middle order perhaps not performing quite as well as they would have liked. And Vihari, having been there before, having the experience, maybe close to selection again. I don't know if the viewers have an opinion. Tweet us, do the hashtag, and let us hear what you guys think.
Oh, that's very well flighted by Mutusami. It's going to be a quick single to Sapamla at that deepish mid-on. Yeah, Vihari certainly he's in the picture, you feel, with India selection. Certainly in the conversation. Left-hander on strike now, so Mutusami goes over the wicket.
Quite the interesting field we're seeing now, as we see the deep mid wicket maybe just hanging a bit more, and we see a long on and a pretty stock standard mid on in place as well. It's an interesting field, as you can see. They're brought to you by attentive cameraman, showing you the normal mid on and the mid wicket. And then behind him, there's also a deep mid on. So definitely a plan, yeah. We'll see what happens and what Kishan does to counter him.
Well, he swatted it all the way along the ground to that long on. We'll get the single. Oh, it's a no ball. Second one Mutusami has bowled today. So not the end of his 14th over. He'll have to go again. This time to Vihari.
As we've seen Ishan Kishan signal to the change room for, it sounded like he was shouting for a grip or something. Definitely he wants a drink as well. I think all batsmen ask for things to get a drink as well. But I think the main ploy was to get a grip, or as we see Kishan moving there, pointing towards his bat. I think it's probably a grip. As we see Subrian once again coming into Kishan, and I do feel he might try to take on Subrian, yeah? Maybe get it changed and get the seamers back on, and maybe something along that lines.
Well, it does kind of tie in with a tweet we've received from Omi Banjari, who asks, does South Africa now have an X factor? Vian, do you think they'll just keep trying to squeeze with the spinners, strangle, slow poison? Or, as Omi asked, do they have an X factor bowler up their sleeve?
That's a very good question. I do feel in this particular South African side, if I have to decide, that I do feel Marco Jansen has a bit of X factor. He's bowled quickly and with good guile. He's bowled in and out swing, short and full. He's mixed it up really well, and especially to Ishan Kishan, who I feel is India's X factor player in this match. I do feel Marco Jansen's probably the X factor in this side.
And especially if you can get a bit of reverse swing going. But as you say, the outfield's pretty soft and lush. Kishan again, just advancing a bit.
Sue Bryan's been very good off his own bowling, one must say, and he's kept it quite tidy as well. Ooh, a bit of turn there, as we see Kaya Zondo now at a straight-ish, short-ish mid-on region. Not disposing with his helmet, fair enough.
You could get a quick one still there, I guess. Kishan shaping for what seemed as it's going to be a bigger drive, but in the end just pushes it all the way along the ground to long off for a single. I fancy Sir Brian started today by bowling a lot more darters, and he actually seems to be making an effort to give the ball a bit more of a rip right now.
Yeah, he does seem to have slowed it up a bit, maybe pulled back his length as well, forcing the batsman to perhaps reach for their shots, and especially to Kishan, as is in Tuvari. To Kishan, who's perhaps a slightly shorter batsman with a shorter reach as well, maybe pulling it back a bit, seeing that he wants to go straight-ish, I think it might be a good ploy.
And that's going to be the drinks break now in the last session of the second day of this match. Or is it? There's a lot of gesturing, and yeah, I think there are drinks coming onto the field now. So India A have progressed to 165 for 4 after 57 runs. They're still 103 runs behind the South Africa total of 268 all out. India A wrapped that innings up pretty quickly this morning. The men at the crease, and they're doing a great job. They've put on 73 for the 5th wicket. Captain Hanuma Vuhari is on 51 not out, and Ishan Kishan is on 45 not out. Do join us in a few minutes. We will continue with commentary on this really exciting struggle.
Don't forget that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020. Hello, welcome back. The last little push here for the conclusion of day number 2 in game 3. A drawn series so far, tied, everybody's equal, 1-1. This is the final session of day 2. It's been the spinners in tandem for a long period of time, but alongside me is another spinner, Vian Duplessis. Hello, Vian. Welcome.
The pleasure is all mine, David. Thanks for having me on comms with you. Yeah, it's been a really lovely day for cricket. Myself, I'm very, very, very happy seeing the spinners bowl. And 2 of them at once. Very happy with that.
Yeah, certainly a sporting wicket in terms of favouring spin here. Sonoran Mutasamy, 1 for 25 from his 14.1. It's just driven straight, but tidied up there by Lutu Sapamla. Vian, spinners have become the favourite child when it comes to white ball cricket at the moment, but what we are seeing is a renaissance of spinners being included into squads.
Yeah, it's well, obviously wrist spinners and mystery spinners dominated the white ball format for the last couple of years, or more than the last couple of years, really. Um, but in the test format, it has seemed that spinners have fallen out of favor at times. As we see Mutasamy, Kishan straight to mid-off, Sipamla picks it up. Spinners are in Test cricket or nowadays are being used as a holding role. Not many attacking spinners. If you think back to the likes of Shane Warne and Kumble and Muralitharan, not a lot of attacking spin options nowadays in Test cricket. Apart from Ashwin and Jadeja, well, being world class, being finger spinners, but also being seen as attacking options. Apart from them, anyone that stands out for you?
Well fielded off his own bowling. It's a maiden, the first one after drinks. And I think, there's a couple of good spinners that not necessarily are attacking, but worth noticing. Keshav Maharaj, the man who's part of that South African squad and has been for a number of years. It takes some real heart and determination and a willingness to work on your skills to be the South African frontline spinner. And he's definitely somebody that sticks out. Nathan Lyon is an absolute class with the ball in hand. I must say I do miss hearing the nice Garys behind the stumps from Matthew Wade, but once Australia name their squad, we'll be able to see how we go there. Pranaland Subrian, 0 for 18, yet to taste success of a wicket. He's the only South African A bowler yet to do so.
Yeah, the Australian squad has been announced actually, and Matthew Wade unfortunately misses out with Alex Carey set to make his Ashes and Test debut. I do, however, think Matthew Wade is in action for the Hobart Hurricanes, I think, in the Big Bash. And what a good cricketer Matthew Wade is. Tough, gritty, determined. Yeah, love to see it. But yeah, on the international stage, the last couple of years, it has been Jadeja, Ashwin, and Nathan Lyon, probably the most consistent and successful bowlers from a spinning point of view. And then also there's been Yasir Shah from Pakistan, who's had a good time of it. And then there's the surprising rise of Rakeem Cornwall from the West Indies, who's also done well.
Yeah, the big fella from the Caribbean, really changing up the way. We just have a look at this shot for leg before. Caught behind rather. This Next one, it just worked away around the corner. That's gone fine. It'll work for Lutus Pamela to clean up here. Good bit of work from our cameraman there. Tracking the ball so wonderfully.
Big arm.
But big arm there from the fast bowler. Hakeem Cornwall, definitely somebody. Rashid Khan is another one who's worked hard on his game. Doesn't get enough red ball options, does he?
No, I have to say they haven't played as much red ball cricket as they probably would have liked. But probably underrated in the international stage is Keshav Maharaj, coming from a country of fast bowlers where the people of the country has been a bit tough on spinners in the past, seeing as they expect a lot of them. Probably understandably because of the pure class of our seam bowlers in the past and the striking powers thereof. People having very high and sometimes perhaps unrealistic expectations and so on for our spinners.
Yeah, it's always a difficult one, Vian. I'm sure you can attest to it around the way in which spinners are handled at the low levels of the game. I'm talking schoolboy cricket, because sometimes a captain is not necessarily brave enough to back his spinner for a longer period of time, maybe keep him in. You know as well as I do that sometimes the spinners can be on the receiving end of a couple of lusty blows, and sometimes captains and coaches as well aren't confident enough in the skill of their spinners, and so spinners aren't able to develop in that way. And the deficit is now 100.
Yeah, definitely. It's a difficult thing because spinners, especially when they're younger, might struggle for a bit of consistency. As we see Mutusami in for another over from the Loch Logan end and on the money as usual. Willow's end, I beg your pardon, but it's interesting. Thing is, spinners are your better, more striking options in T20s, and they do better more often than not than the seamers. But in the death in limited overs cricket, captains tend to go to their seamers in the death overs, which is actually weird in a sense because spinners in T20 cricket are always under the pump. Who's to say they won't be successful in the death overs?
Yeah, I think it's because of the idea that generally towards the back end of the innings you've got your tail enders in who perhaps would struggle against a fast bowler, maybe a couple of Yorker length deliveries, and that's why they will go to the quick men. Sometimes the spinners can be a victim. As he comes down the wicket here, does Vihari thinks about a run, shout of keeper, but the throw is wayward from Supamla, and he apologizes with the hand up. But sometimes the spinners can be guilty of being a victim through no fault of their own of long levers, and that was just batsmen swinging for the stars. But it's definitely something to consider. Remember that the last wicket fell in this game, Vian, with the score 92. It's now 168 for 4, 2 balls left in the over. Another dot there, so 5 in a row with 1 to come. He could bowl another maiden, could Mutusami. He's bowled 3 already.
Yeah, Mutusami is bowled really well. Four maidens already, as pointed out by our scorer, Wimkeni. As Mutusami attempts his 5th maiden over now. Oh! Does not get his maiden over, but what a delivery just from the edge, evading the slip field, and Vihari fairly lucky to get 3 runs, and once again the South African keeper tested with a throw from the boundary.
Yeah, it was a delivery that didn't quite manifest into anything. I think it just beat the man on the right hand side. If we look at the slip replay here, well, the slip in the replay, you see he's looking a little bit flat, his hand's still on his knees, and a bit of late reaction there from Hamza, which means it went on the bounce and spoiled the party when it came to the possibility of a wicket there. But Vian, put your South African captain hat on. Like I said, the last wicket falling when the score was on 92. These two have put together nearly 80, 79 runs on the board. between these two. The spinners have been bowling well, a couple of dots, but how are you going to break this as the deficit moves its way below 100?
I think I wouldn't necessarily go for a big change now. I'd call for disciplined bowling. Maybe try and string together a few quiet overs and build pressure, which should lead to maybe an opportunity. Especially, I feel when bowling to Kishan. I can't imagine Viari giving it away. Um, as we see Subrian coming from the Loch Logan end. And I do hope I did not put the mockers on Viari.
No, it's absolutely you if he gets out here. Absolutely. Undeniably, unequivocally, it's all you. Just punching that down the ground to get through for the one. Bihari on 56. His partner at the other end, Ishan Kishan. 3 away from a half century. Slip, silly point in place. Long on and long off back. There's a man at deep backward square. Sir Brian. Isn't afraid to bowl a little bit quicker. Unlike Mutasami, he darts those in.
Yeah, David, coming back to your question, I'd like to reverse it to you and maybe hear what you would have done if you were in Captain Pieter Malan's shoes. No.
That one was short and smashed away, and as Vian said, it's ouch, it's painful, but that's his 50. Wonderfully worked through the covers there to go through to his half century. Just stood up and smashed it, and you see he's raising his bat to the dugout there.
Yeah, I can't imagine Kaya Zondo being too happy with Subrian when he saw that one pulled down. That's where the cries of Aina came from, because I could see that one maybe pounding into Zondo, and luckily evades it as it goes away to the fence.
Yeah, all Zondo could do was turn his back on the batsman and watch it race to the boundary. 176 now for 4. Better delivery there from Pranil and Subrian. To answer the question about Captain Pieter Malan, I think he's 20 overs, well, he'll be 19 after this, overs away from a new ball. He's got to look to squeeze these two to create pressure so that they look to hit out when the new ball does come. Better line as well there from Sir Brian. Much better from him. End of the over, 176 for 4.
I do feel that a spell from Sipamla isn't too far off. Looking at the overs bowled, the other two seamers, Janssen and Pretorius, both having bowled 13 overs. Sipamla only bowling the 10. I do feel he's in for a 3 or 4 over spell somewhere. And then Marco Janssen will definitely be taking the new ball, I feel. It's just a question of will it be with Pretorius or Sipamla, or maybe one of the spinners. What's your feel?
Yeah, I'd love to see Pretorius take the new ball with Sipamla. I think give them a full burst, and then what you do is, once there's a little bit of shine off, you give it to Marco Janssen, and I want to see a fiery spell of hostile fast bowling here late in the day. Catching cover in place, silly point. Mutasami round the wicket, 1 for 28. Just short, and again, Zondo's having to practice his dodging skills. It's difficult as a captain in this situation because you're not necessarily behind, but you're not really on top. So you've got to manufacture something. On the bounce there to Zondo. Good take with 2 hands. It's so difficult. Vian fielding under the helmet, you know, as a spinner that you want the best guys close in. You want them to take those opportunities to take the catches. You don't want guys who react late or perhaps have proverbial butterfingers. Down the wicket and smashed through the covers. A despairing dive from Sarel Arvia in the cover region. That races to the boundary. Good use of his feet there, Vian.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot as we see Kaya Zondo having a chat to keeper and slip. Maybe just telling him that it's not as nice as it looks to stand close in as in the last couple of overs. He's had to avoid quite a few hard shots as he disposes with his helmet. I think he's had just about enough now. Well, very good shot from Viari. pushing the score to 180 for 4, and the deficit now only 88.
Yeah, Vian, 61 overs, 61 and a half overs gone. And there's supposed to be 21 overs today, but I don't know if we'll get all of that. It just defends that one, which means we might not have a new ball today. Perhaps. Yeah, is it too early? I mean, there's probably around an hour's worth of play. Is it too early to shut up shop and just look to bowl 2 spinners until the end of the day? Surely not.
Yeah, it's a very good point you make. It's about an hour's play left today. I don't know if they keep on bowling spin, if they will get through those 20 overs necessarily. They should get rather close. But yeah, I don't know if they'll get to the new ball. But yeah, it would be nice to see a new ball moving around here in the late afternoon.
APSB is asking, or is rather saying, that he thinks that this knock from Ishan Kishan is a good counter-attacking knock, and he's not wrong. Third half century as well for Hanuma Vihari in this series. Just plugging away. That one just narrowly avoiding the off stump. Just 4 from the over, just that boundary through the cover region. 62 overs gone now. 180 for 4. These two have put 88 together. Yeah, look how close that was, Vian. Very nearly hit the top of off.
Yeah, it's very well bowled. Looked to be an arm ball, maybe sliding on with the arm, as we've seen Lutho Sipamla just loosening up a bit down on the deep square leg boundary. But yeah, interesting discussion around the new ball. If you have any options and opinions around that, give us a shout. Do the hashtag and tell us who you'd give the new ball to, if it be tonight or tomorrow morning. Who do you think should take the new ball, and who's in control of this game?
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about the hashtags earlier today, as well as that Twitter poll that's on the page at CoachDave93. Make sure you go vote in that. Who do you think is going to make the most impact in this game? Ishan Porel or Marco Janssen? Marco Janssen was just narrowly ahead. If you want to tweet, or rather, that was yesterday's poll. Sorry, Marco Janssen was the victor there. But in today's poll, it's now that the SA India series has been confirmed. Who do you think is going to win that, South Africa or India? Don't forget to hashtag SS Cricket. Driven straight back at Pranalan Subrayan. No run for him there. Hashtag SAAVINDA is how you can get in contact with us. So yeah, Coach Dave 93, and tell us who do you think is going to win now that the selection has also been made for South Africa. 21 players. That's a big squad. But Vian, you were telling us about earlier today during that lunch break about why there are so many players in that squad. We'll just get your thoughts after this Subrian delivery. 3 dots in a row. One more added to the total. Yeah, your thoughts.
Yeah, the thing is now with COVID being a thing, it's not allowed to have net bowlers come into the bubble. With the biosecure bubbles being in place now, players aren't allowed to come in and out, and once you're in, you're in. So I think with regards to injuries and maybe on form as well, you can't pull someone in from the outside. You have to go with what you have on the inside. So just to give you a bit more options, and then obviously to manage the bowlers' workloads. That's why also you see in that 21-man squad there's a lot of fast bowling options. I do feel that's just to manage the workloads and just give some of the younger or less experienced guys maybe an opportunity to rub shoulders with the Protea setup and groom some of them for the future.
So Brian, just one ball remaining in this over, and there's just one run from it. You've scored a run. I bowled 4 dots in a row here, Vian. Come on. There you go, a dot again. So I've bowled 5 dots, and the moment you speak, there's a run. Shocker. Keep it tight. Keep it tight. End of that over. 63 gone. 181 for 4. Yeah, it's such a big squad. But like you said, COVID. And everybody's available for selection. So no guarantees of selection. You might think that there are a couple of guarantees. At least Temba Bavuma and Dean Elgar are probably your easiest selections. There'll be some others, but we leave that to the men competent for that. You see Michael Pretorius at the bottom left-hand corner of the ground from where we are, at the bottom of the Willow's End. He's just warming up. Maybe there's going to be a short burst here from the Quicks. This partnership creeping up towards that century mark. 89 at the moment, but Mutasami is going to try and break that partnership. They've batted so well, haven't they, Vian? I mean, they've come in under pressure and just excelled.
Yeah, I must say it's been a really good knock so far from Ishan Kishan. Really complimenting skipper Viari really well this afternoon. And as I said earlier, very mature innings from Kishan. Oof. He went rather hard at that one, down the ground towards long on for a single. I think Mutusami might have got a hand on that, maybe slowing it down and preventing the boundary. But yeah, no, it's been really good batting. The wicket doesn't look like it has demons, but they have negotiated spells of very good bowling, and especially from Mutusami and Marco Jansen in particular. Referring now to a battle between Kishan and Marco that was rather fiery earlier on.
Yeah, it's all important for those battles to manifest into something. You don't want all of that to come to naught. Down the wicket, using his feet once again, but Sipamla cleans it up nicely. Partnership on 90. Just the one from the over so far. Mutasami keeping it very tidy. Deficit is 86. He'd love to steal another one here. He'd love to squeak out another wicket. Driven hard. Good stop by Sarul Ervia, preventing a single. Goshila cleans up nicely behind the stumps there. Just one to come. He'll want to finish out strong here. He would love a wicket, but he'll settle for a dot, no doubt. Slip in place. Point. Close in cover. Another man out there in the cover region. There's two mid-offs here. One straight. Oh, there's a mid-off and a long-off. Down the wicket, and this goes to the shortish mid-wicket in which Peter Malan does the fielding, but he's thrown it with great gusto back at his wicketkeeper, who's made a great save and put it around the right hand upright there. But into the over, 182 for 4.
Yeah, David, I have to say the South African wicketkeeper has been tested a lot by his fielding side, with a few wayward throws coming in from the boundary, and once again a rather off-target throw coming in there at the end of the previous over. As we see Subrian coming in for another over. And yeah, looking forward to the Ashes starting tomorrow. I think it's gonna be a good one. Let us know what you think. Who's gonna win? What's your feeling, David? Who are you backing?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm backing anyone in particular, but I'm thoroughly ensconced by both teams. Australia losing their captain in Tim Payne in the lead up to the series. That one is just driven back at Sir Brian. So I know Pat Cummins will be desperate to make an impact. It's not often you see the fast bowler donning the captain's armband. An Ashes series in Australia as well. Very interesting prospects ahead of us. I'm certainly looking forward to it. We'll keep you updated as well from our side as you join us every day for the remaining 2 days of this wonderful series. It's straight to that time, hit on the pads, off the pads rather, to Peter Malan, who's at a mid-wicket position. He's been at mid-on or mid-off almost all game, but changing things up now at mid-wicket region. You can imagine that he'd love to take just one here. Just one wicket. One almost always becomes two, Vian. It's something he'd be desperate for.
Yeah, no, definitely. And Captain Peter Malan trying to stay close to his bowlers to discuss or throw around plans and ways to get wickets. Oh, as Ishan Kishan slashes that ball towards the backward point region for four. And I have to feel captain and bowler have to be disappointed with that piece of bowling.
Yeah, it's just a little bit short and wide there. And summarily dispatched. I thought for a brief moment as I looked out into the outfield that the man you're seeing on screen with his bib on was actually somebody fielding, and he would have cleaned that up, but not to be the case. So Brian, just the 4 dots leading up to it, and it was a little bit short and wide, and he was able to cut that away, as you saw. Down the ground, he smashes this, not smashes it, rather hits it down the ground to Marco Janssen at long on. And that comes through for 1. So just the 1 ball remaining in the over. 187 for 4. Oh, rather, that was the last ball. 5 from the over. You can see Marco Janssen there, keeping an eye on that finger. It doesn't look like he's going to be bowling anytime soon. We did see Michael Pretorius looking like he might warm up.
Yeah, I saw Sipamla doing a few stretches down at the square leg boundary as well. And also Michael Pretorius down at the long on boundary now, also stretching his glutes and legs and so on. Might be to bowl, might also be to prevent stiffness and soreness, as he has been sitting out for a while, the 2 previous games. And he's put in quite a shift today. He's running hard for 13 overs and 13 good and brisk overs, I must add.
He's been very miserly. Only 27 runs coming from his 13. That one is smashed away. He's trying to bowl a little bit of a round arm there, but he smashed it into that square cover region to the boundary. What a way to start the over, though. These two in the 60s now. And the partnership worth 99, so 1 away from that milestone of 100. There's a bit of collection work from Marco Janssen. Just have a look at this. Talk to us, Vian.
Yeah, it's short and a bit wide and easy pickings for a guy that's in like Ishan Kishan is, and I'm beginning to feel that a change of bowling might be nearing us.
Oh, down the wicket there. He's a little bit of a slide on his way through to that shot, trying to defend it. He's done just that, but wasn't so sure-footed as he would have liked. Mutasami, real quality cricketer, isn't he? Him and Pranilin O'Brien doing well together at the Dolphins in season gone past. One of them making the journey to the Northwest Dragons. One remaining within the structures at KZN. Still quality. Good options for spin for South Africa. 3 spinners being taken into that next series. I'm looking forward to it. He comes now again. Mutasami. Driven quite hard, but Sipamla does the clean-up work.
That's nice drift and movement through the air from Mutasami. It does seem that he's trying to angle the ball away from Kishan, maybe tempting to go across the line of it and maybe get a top edge or leading edge here.
Driven out. There's a quick single here to Sipamla. He's had to move to his right. Good collection there, and that's the 100 partnership for these two. They've batted really well. 92 for 4 is the score when they walked to the wicket, was the score rather, but they've really put on a solid partnership there. You can see it from 196 deliveries and 11 fours and the 1-6. That 6 was a massive one, wasn't it? But the lion's share of the work being done here by Ishan Kishan Vian. He's 63 out of the 100 is all him.
As we see Mutasami continuing towards Ferrari. In the previous over, we just saw Vihari maybe trying to change the momentum of the game, coming down the wicket a few times, trying maybe to upset Mutasami's rhythm and area.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get another drinks break. I don't think. It's just an opportunity for some players to get a quick refresh, a quick top up of the tank. And Luto Sepamla looks like he's going to be bowling here. He's certainly getting ready. He's having a discussion with his captain, Peter Malan, around whether or not he wants a certain fielder in a place. So the change does come now. Spin having continued for a bit. They want to make sure that they can change the game now. Don't forget the hashtag SS Cricket is how you can get in contact with us, or hashtag SAAVINDA. Kevin Hoffman's asking about the captaincy, and we've spoken about it. The captain has made the decision now to change from dual spin twins to the seam of Lutus Apamla. 1 for 44 in his 10. A good spell is needed here, Vian. There's just under an hour's worth of play or so. The shadow's lengthening. What kind of lines do you imagine he's going to be bowling?
I do imagine, I see he's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Kishan. I do imagine he's going to try and maybe target the stumps, maybe try and pitch it on that 4th, 5th, at the widest 5th stump probably, and try and hit middle and off, try and hit the wickets. As Bloemfontein wickets might be accustomed to staying low a bit sometimes. If he can settle in on a good area, maybe get onto that in-between area where the batsmen don't really know to go forward or back. Yeah, he might have Ishan Kishan's front pad in play.
Yeah, you spoke about the lines. There's a slip in place and a gully, but there's a man down at deep point, so expect something a little bit short. 2 men in the covers, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and Marco Janssen is very square because Sepamla's coming around the wicket. Just defended that first delivery. It's going to be an interesting one. I don't imagine there's too many deliveries that he'll be able to fish at outside that off stump. Kishan is going along nicely here.
Yeah, and as we saw the first ball right on the money, and it did seem to rush Kishan a bit. They have faced a lot of spin bowling, and the change of pace might be just what the doctor ordered.
Sepamla around the wicket. He's obviously going to look to tackle those pads or the hips. There's a thought of a second. They politely decline. No is the call. Michael Pretorius coming off that fine leg boundary. He's going to come in now for the right-hander, and everybody shifts around. The man at deep point is going to shift to, Clinton Steerman, who's on the park. We'll have a look at who he's there for, but he's now at fine leg. Maybe Kai Zondo, or looks like could be actually Sonoran Mutasamy, who's hanging out there outside the boundary.
Perhaps just grabbing a drink after his long spell. He did bowl 19 very tidy overs. I think he maybe went off for a drink.
Yeah, 1 for 38 in 19 is definitely not something that you should sniff at. South Africa have got to believe that breaking this partnership means breaking the back of these two, and there's a cut shot here. Peter Malan is the collector of that one in the cover. Strange to see the skipper there. He's been at mid-off all day long, but perhaps just happy to sit in that mid-off region. There is a man at deep point, Michael Pretorius, who was at fine leg for the left-hander, has moved his way around.
Yeah, as we see Marco Janssen at mid-off, where Peter Malan was usually found. And it is something I have seen in the past as well, whether it be at school cricket, club cricket, or the next level. Fast bowlers tend to group together to try and find suitable plans and so on, and they usually like to bounce them off each other, so it's nice to have your bowling partner next to you at mid-off.
Yeah, definitely. He's somebody that will be looking to see what advice he can get, what his bowling compadre will be looking to see maybe there's a gap, an opportunity for a wicket perhaps. Looks like Pranilin Sabran is actually the man off, not Sinaran Mutasamy. Hanuma Vihari now on 60 from 159 deliveries. Markedly more deliveries faced by him compared to his compatriot.
Yeah, David, and this partnership being very similar to the one in the South African innings between Sarel Erwia and Tony de Zorzi, where Erwia played a similar role to that of Vihari, while de Zorzi and Kishan's roles were more similar. Good to see partnerships building as Sipamla's in from the Loch Logan end.
Or he just gets on the top of his toes there, does Vihari, and just dots this out into the offside. That's the end of the over. The deficit is now 75, and we've bowled 67 today. 193 for 4. Partnership 109. You see Pranilin Sabran back on the park. Lenton Steerman going back to earning his time off. He bowled so well and richly deserved a call-up for Glenton Steerman. 7 for 99. I've been banging on about it, but it's been bowled very well. Sinaran Mutasamy will continue. So spin abated at one end, continuing at the other.
Yeah, David, what do you think about the ploy? Do you think Mutusamy is staying on this side maybe to tempt Ishan Kishan to hit towards a longer boundary? I see they've put the guys out there now. And still that normal mid-on and long-on in place now.
Yeah, there's only 4 men out on the offside, and Zubair Hamza has slipped. You can see him racing after a delivery. They've run 2. That's fantastic cricket awareness from these two. The 4 men out on the offside are your slip, deep point, Marco Jansen. Your cover region fielder is Peter Malan. Mid off, Luto Sepamla. And then everybody else is out on the leg side. There's 3 men out in the deep on the leg side, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and long on. They want Ishan Kishan to become aggressive. I think that's what Mutasamy will be looking for. Dots, plenty of them. Frustrate Ishan Kishan and perhaps try make an error or force an error from him. Just drives that out into the offside. Sepamla collects and makes sure that he shines it nicely. He'll be wanting to get the most out of it. He's the man who's bowling from the other end.
As we see Ishan Kishan once again coming forward to Mutusamy delivery. That again looked to slide away from him. Must say, very hard hands from Kishan, but he is a very powerful striker of the ball, so it's understandable.
Just drives that out into the offside. Let's chat a little bit about Devdutt Padikkal. You and I spoke about it on day one, around somebody that you're really excited to see, and he disappointed. He really didn't come through as much as we'd perhaps liked or perhaps thought he would. He was dismissed for 8 from 16, but he was bowled by an absolute peach of a delivery by Marco Jansen. Left arm over the wicket. Oh, that died on its way through to Ishan Kishan. End of the over, 195 for 4.
Yeah, it was a bit of an anticlimax for me personally. I was really looking forward to seeing Padikkal play, and I've been watching all of the matches and so far, and finally getting an opportunity to see Parikal. He did look the part. First ball, flicking it off his legs. But then undone by a beautiful piece of bowling by Marco Jansen with an absolute snorter, knocking his off peg back. But yeah, hopefully he gets a second chance in the second innings. Hopefully the game goes to a second innings for both sides, and hopefully we can get a result here. With the time left in the match, we're set for a really good finish here. If we're to get a result, it's going to be exciting.
How close do you think we are to a result, Vian? Because I'm looking at the way the game is poised. We're yet to complete both first innings, so I'm sure they would love to complete them to push for some sort of result. Just knock that one into the onside, and they get through for one. They think about a second. They're not interested in it.
Yeah, I do feel the overrate is not helping the cause at all. We're going to be leaving a few overs out there again today. Yesterday we came close. I think we left one out there, which was the best so far in all three matches. We haven't gotten that close. Look at this stage. We're maybe staring down a draw as well. But we have seen things happen, and when they happen, it happens quickly. As we saw this morning with the South African side being bowled out in, what was it, 40 minutes?
Yeah, it wasn't very long, Vian, that the South Africans spent at the wicket. Quite opposite to what we saw from them in the previous game number 2, where there was a defiant knock there from Marco Jansen. But 196 for 4 on the last couple of overs of day 2, yeah. And I think we're we drift ever further away. I'll put it like that. We drift further away from a result.
As Sipamla continues to Ishan Kishan. Oof, and he has absolutely belted that towards the deep mid-wicket region, and maybe a sign of the Indian side trying to take the game forward here in this last session. Kishan upping the ante, and he has, for the viewers that haven't noticed, he overtook his captain a few shots ago. He's now on 70. As we see the 200 come up for the Indians and the deficit decreasing ever so slightly. As we see the replay of that glorious pull shot from our colleague Tsepo's favorite commentary name, Ishan Kishan, sending that one to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And yeah, we've seen partnerships build in this series, but a common denominator has been when a wicket falls, it usually follows a few wickets. So wickets have been falling in clumps. So that might be an indication that we might have a result, and hopefully the weather and the light plays along so we can have a last day, last session thriller.
Yeah, we've had a challenge with the rain, particularly around day 3 and 4. The first game, day 4, was completely rained out, and the second one we were very grateful to get that. It was a long delay, I think towards the last hour and a half on day number 3 in the second game. So definitely we'll be keeping our fingers crossed, and that we might get a result from this game. Deep point hanging out there. So Pamela at the top of his mark. There's a man at deep backward square as well, so you imagine that there's some sort of short pitch bowling once again. Oh, he just hits that between the men in the covers, and it's just a matter of fetching than just doing anything serious about that. He's just dropped his hands on it and hit through the line.
Yeah, and very good hands once again from Ishan Kishan with hand speed to burn, as we see the replay. A really wide and rather poor delivery in the bigger scheme of things, but properly and appropriately dealt with by Ishan Kishan, sending away his second boundary of the over. And we see Marco Jansen having a talk to Sipamla in the background. I'd like to see a short burst from from Marco Jansen, yeah.
Speaking of a short burst, that was a burst of a delivery. Just beat the bat of Ishan Kishan. 74 from 118. Hanuma Vihari, 61 from 162. And the score currently 204 for 4. I would love to see something, a bit of fiery fast bowling. Maybe a bit of short pitch stuff. Is that what you're looking for?
Personally, I'd like to see a mixture of it. I'd like to see Michael Pretorius and Marco Jansen in for a short spell, yeah. I'd like to see if Marco Jansen gets the ball to reverse swing, yeah, and I'd like him to mix it up with a bit of short stuff, especially to Ishan Kishan, because we all know it's no secret he's going to go after it. So if you go with that ploy, put the guys in place, I think we're in for a good battle.
So then my question to you is that, with that, would you have a third man in place for that ram shot that he does love? Would it be something you'd have, a deep point, deep square leg, and then a third man? Mutasamy to begin a new over. He's 21st. Short and pulled away, and a great stop there by Peter Malan. He's saved a certain boundary. What a great stop there by the skipper. Just example of how good your fielding should be.
In the last couple of overs, we've just seen a bit Mutusamy maybe dropping a few short. Maybe a sign of him tiring a bit. It's been a long spell and a hot day out there. As he continues, it's a much better area from Mutusamy. Coming back to your question about the field I'd set, I'd probably come around if I was Marco Jansen, and I'd have a fly slip in, not a third man. A couple of yards off the fence, obviously 10-15, and then I have my fine leg rather square, fine, and then my square leg would probably be slightly behind square, because coming around the angle will go slightly behind square from the bat, and we'll see who comes out on top in that battle. It's going to be an interesting one.
I'd love to see Marco Jansen coming in from the Loch Logan end. The left-hander would be having his eyes in the direction that the sun is setting. So it might be a great asset for Jansen or Miguel Pretorius to make the most of. You'd also love to see the opportunity for maybe Luto to bowl from the other end. Mutasamy continuing. There's just 2 balls left in the over. He's bowled 4 in a row. Dots, that is. Just dots that down into the track, and it's going to go to that vacant third man region. Some work here to be collected. And there's a massive throw. What a throw there from the deep.
I have to say it's a big throw, but once again, no man's land. It's not at the keeper, not at the bowler. It's again
very wayward.
Middle of the wicket, and Captain Peter Malan has to do the tidying up from at wicket. As we see Mutusamy coming in from the willows end to complete his 21st over.
Yeah, it's been a long day with the ball for Sanaran Mutasamy, but he's been so effective. Just going at 2 to the over shows how well he's been able to strangle the one end. Just 2 to the over. Comparatively, the fast bowlers, if I look at Lutus Pumble, he's going at 4 to the over. So really good stuff from him to keep things tight and squash any free scoring. Michael Pretorius doesn't look like he's warming up just yet.
I see he's watching his
steps.
He's been
around Sarel Arvia a little bit.
Yeah, Baba Life probably has to spend a bit of time with Sarel Arvia, and nice to see him rubbing off on his mates. As we see,
it's a good habit to get into, making sure you get your steps in for the day.
As we see Pamela coming in from the Loch Logan end, and I do feel Kishan might be eyeing to target Sipamla, yeah.
Very possible, very possible. He's on 74 from 119. Round the wicket, Lutus Pamla. What a delivery. What a delivery. That was bellissimo.
Yeah, very good good plan to go, stay out of his hitting arc and out of his reach as well. Kishan not favouring the leave at this stage, seems like it. And as we see him fishing outside off there on the replay.
Just pushes hard at that one, doesn't he? With a ball that was going away. Unnecessary shot for the type of situation that he's in. He's on 74. You wouldn't want to get out now because, like you said, the wickets have been falling in clusters. Sepamla once again coming around the wicket. Oh, that time he leaves, but he looks a little bit Steve Smith-esque as he gets well over to that offside.
We might see a classic seam bowler set up here. Sepamla hanging a few outside off, maybe trying to lure Kishan to maybe take a more off-stump guard and maybe force him to come into his channel, and maybe then targeting the pad later on the over one coming back. We'll wait and see. But I do feel this is a good ploy, hanging the ball out there.
Yeah, if he's able to get another one away here, you might think that the next one is in. Oh, not ideal for Sepamla, but good for Vihari. Gets to the other end. 207 for 4. 70 and a half overs gone so far. Just one from the over.
Sepamla halfway through his 13th over, which at the end of this over would put him equal with his seam bowling colleagues. And
Yeah, he's halfway through his 13th. 1 for 55. He has certainly been the expensive of the two. Of the three, rather. The three seamers. He comes over the wicket this time. Driven hard. No, that's so close. Goodness, that's so nearly. Vian was chopped onto his stumps. He drove hard at it, did Vihari, but it just lacked something.
yeah, Vihari maybe just we're just maybe seeing Vihari being starved of the strike in the last couple of overs. Kishan having a lot of the strike and not even overtaking his captain, but he's going quite far ahead at this stage.
Going great guns, as you would normally say. Sepamla deserved a bit of reward from the last couple of deliveries, but not finding it yet. Sepamla to conclude. Oh, was that Mr. Umpire, the massive shot, and he's given him! Sepamla, I just spoke about the reward that he so richly deserved, and he's gotten him. The second for Sepamla to close out his 13th, and it's 2 for 55, 207 for 5.
That ball came back sharply and a good piece of bowling, and one has to feel tight call from the umpire. It took a bit of time to think about that one, but looked to be hitting him on that off stump, and well-deserved wicket from a hard graft. And as we see a wicket, one has to wonder what's going to happen next.
You spoke about Vihari being starved of the strike. 255 minutes he spent at the crease, 170 balls, but it had been a while since he'd scored anything, and so 63 is what he departs for. A lot of leg side, a lot of fine behind the wicket, and this game so neatly poised. 5 down, you would think that
Vihari departing for very similar stats as Sarel Erwin, making 63 from 170 balls, whereas Erwin made 75 from 180, so very similar. It's going to be interesting to see now if the Indian innings followed the same course than the South African innings did.
Yeah, it was the 3 wickets that were outstanding on at the conclusion of day 1. But now you see Deepak Chahar is the likely candidate, and Sepamla with his tail up would not allow the skipper to let he will not allow the skipper to give the ball to anybody else. Certainly not after the toil that he put in that over. I feel like I may have put the markers on Vihari, but that was a wonderfully bowled over from Sepamla.
I'm just glad that Vihari did not depart earlier when I might have put the mockers on him. But nonetheless, a very well played and compiled 63, which brings bowling all-rounder Deepak Chahar to the middle. And there has been a lot of talk about him, as with his batting capabilities, especially around the test side and that number 7-8 position, especially playing outside of the subcontinent conditions. What have you made of Chahar in this game?
Well, he's certainly impressed with the ball, Vian, and that's exactly what he's brought into the squad for. He'll want to put on a admirable operation here with the bat. He's going to have to face a Sipamla ball. I honestly thought that was the overdone. I was so excited that I'd concluded the over. So, 1 becomes 2, and a couple of times in this series we've seen players take 2 and 2 from the last 2 balls of the over. Glenton Steerman was one of them.
I'd like to see Sipamla returning the favour. Chahar bestowed upon him this morning with maybe bringing one back first ball.
Yeah, it's not the worst idea. It's exactly what happens, and Chahar defends, and Sipamla concludes a good over. 1 run and a wicket from it. 71 gone, 207 for 5.
Yeah, maybe that last ball maybe a bit quicker than the rest. Sipamla maybe getting his tail up a bit. As we saw now, Marco Jansen giving him high fives, and it looks to be Mutusami is going to continue from the Willow's End.
Yeah, Peter Malan persisting with spin from this Willow's End. He's seeing that Mutusami's just drying up the runs here. Happy to keep him on here. The right combination seems to be Mutusami with Sipamla. Dry it up from one end and then strike with the South African fast bowler.
Yeah, David, I'd like to see how Ishan Kishan plays it now from here, seeing as he's the in batsman and most probably the senior partner in this partnership now, after the skipper departed now.
Do you imagine he'll play his natural game? He takes a quick single. There's a big throw here from Sipamla, and it's a wayward one.
Poor Zubair Hamza's hands getting a beating again as Sipamla throws a bullet at him.
Yeah, absolutely. But do you think that Ishan Kishan will be more circumspect, or will he play his natural game that is slightly more aggressive than most?
I do feel he'll continue as he is. I don't
Live by the sword, die by the sword?
No, not necessarily. I think he's going to try and play a senior role here. I think he's going to try and at least give Chahar the opportunity to get in. Because I think in the back of his head, he'll know if he gets out now, then the Indian 208 for 6 looks a lot worse than 208 for 4 did just now. So, yeah, I think at the back of his mind, he'll know he has to stick in there.
Speaking of men being stuck in there, you've got Kai Zondo without his helmet this time. Right under the nostril of the new man, Chahar. He comes round the wicket. Oh, he cuts that, and immediately there's probably a foul look as they take a single off the fumble there.
Can't imagine Kai Zondo being too happy with his bowler. And it's not the first time today he had to play a bit of dodgeball there on the wicket.
Mercifully, that time he had a helmet on. This time, not so fortunate, but he'll be hoping that doesn't continue.
Nicely defended into the offside where Captain Peter Malan does the tidying up. And Mutusami just continuing to graft away in his 22nd over here from the Willow's End. He really has held up an end today.
Very much the epitome of holding up an end, Mutusami. He averages 3.05 runs per over coming into this game. He's got 9 fifers to his name. But the key here has definitely got to be the way in which he's operated. Oh, that one's just guided to a deep backward point region. Marco Jansen cleaning up there. You were chatting to us about bowling with your left arm and throwing with your right during one of the intervals.
Yeah, I picked up earlier that Mutusami does not throw the ball left-handed. He throws right-handed. I saw it in the warm-ups as well. He was throwing for the slip catches practices. He was throwing towards the batting coach, I think, that was guiding them to the slips, and he was throwing right-handed as he continues now with his left hand. So yeah, he doesn't throw left-handed in the field, not at all. He throws right-handed and bowls the left hand, and it's something I've seen from Bjorn Fortuin as well in the past. So I don't know how that works and why they do it. I don't know if they maybe were right-handed and taught themselves to bowl left-handed. I don't know if you guys, the viewers, maybe think you have an option or an explanation for what's going on. If someone maybe knows why Mutusami throws right-handed and bowls left-handed, give us a tweet. It's hashtag SAAVINDA or go to hashtag SSCricket and give us your opinion. Tell us, enlighten us. It's quite an interesting topic, don't you think, David?
Yes, absolutely. The norm, you would think, Vian, is a left-hand bat, right-hand bowl, or that was the case of, I believe it was Albie Morkel and Lance Klusner, batted left-hand. I don't know if you could call Lance Klusner's batting. It was more like bludgeoning. But change of angle, round the wicket comes Luto Sepamla, a wicket in his previous over. Oh, just on the toes goes Ishan Kishan. It guides this out to a point region, but it's common when you have left and right bat and bowl, but not all that common when you have somebody who bats left-handed and throws right-handed, or the inverse. Or perhaps when they bowl, like you said with Mutusami, bowls left-handed and then throws with his right hand. It takes great skill to master both of them.
Yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon, really, because bowling and throwing both being a shoulder and arm action. Then bowling, you'd think, would be with his stronger arm. Well, it possibly not being the case then, because you think he'd throw with his stronger arm, and throwing with his right arm, you'd wonder why he doesn't bowl with his right or with both.
Perhaps he's a right arm thrower because, like you said, his right arm is stronger, but perhaps he knows he can be a little bit more controlled with that left arm being perhaps not his traditionally stronger hand. Round the wicket. Just the one slip in place. Driven hard, and it's beaten the man in the covers. There's a lot of work for Jason Smith, who's on the field as a substitute, but that's going to go to the boundary. Smashed through the covers. And a bit of a gimme there for Ishan Kishan as he gets into the 80s. 214 now for 5.
Ishan Kishan definitely looking the part all day, and I don't think he's given a chance. It's been a counter-attacking innings, and it's been a good one. He's played attacking and aggressive cricket by not only hitting the ball. That's something school kids miss a lot of times. When you tell them to bat aggressively, they try and clear the fence, and Ishan Kishan has batted aggressively and with intent. As that's
Politely declined by umpire Harris. He's suggesting leg buys there. Not getting anything of the bat. A lovely conversation going on with him, no doubt. What do you think? Out, not out, maybe. But they definitely seemed convinced. Did the South Africans, Lutu Sapamla, Zubair Hamza and Sinnatambet Qashile, all going up?
perhaps a bit high, maybe angling down leg as we see the replay.
What do you think? What do you think here? Oh, he's gotten a big stride in across. That is very close. There's perhaps just a bounce saving him.
That might be probably umpire's call when sent upstairs, but that looked rather close to hitting leg stump.
All you bowlers think that everything is out, man. I don't trust you. Dodgy bowlers. Just want wickets. No, I'm kidding. But that one leaving some questions to be asked. Particularly spinners. I know spinners love to appeal for a hopeful shout.
Yeah, the thing is, you never know if you don't ask. So even if you know, you're allowed to ask. Although I know umpies don't necessarily like you shouting in their ears the whole time.
I suppose it just depends on the context of the game. If you're excessive with your appeals, you might just say, "Take a deep breath, fella." But that leg before call was very close. One to come in this over. Sipamla, so nearly had a third. To wrap up his 14th. To Chaha he goes. Oh, that just nearly took the edge. A kitten's whisker. Okay, Vian. Captain's hat on. Does Sipamla get another one?
I definitely give Sipamla another one. Well, as we see the clock, it's 16 minutes to go in today's play. I'd love to see a burst here from Marco Jansen and Michael Pretorius.
I don't think you're going to get it.
I think Mutusam is going to bowl his last one. Yeah, I think it's maybe Mutusam's last one, unless he's going to continue on this.
Let's just have a look at the height here from that shot.
He's well outside his crease there.
Yeah, yeah, one of.
Yeah, that
not
was
good work by the umpire. That's all I'm
very,
gonna
very
say.
close.
Good work by the umpires.
That decision might have been controversial, or late in the day.
Absolutely. Sinaran Mutasami for his 23rd over, 1 for 45 from the Willows end. He goes now left arm over to Kishan. Just the deficit now 53, 52.
Can't imagine the bowler being too happy with that piece of fielding. Unless it was the plan to maybe get Kishan off strike, as Deepak Chahar looks rather nervous batting out there.
Yeah, it's never easy coming in late in the day when you're a batter, particularly a low order batsman. You've got Sipamla steaming in at you and the wily Mutasami crafting away at the other end. Spinners always looking to weave a web. Zondo under the helmet, silly point. Down the wicket and slapped up and over the mid-off region. That's going to go one bounce over the rope 4. So he doesn't look all that intimidated, Vian, does he?
Yeah, I think he decided now that maybe the best defense is a good offense, and well, suitably so, as he makes good connection and sends it away to the fence. That should be good for his confidence.
Yeah, it will do a world of good for his confidence. Just good use of the feet, getting inside the line of the ball and opening the blade so it doesn't miss its target. See Michael Pretorius collecting the egg, dusting it off, returning it. So you said there's 14 minutes remaining in the day's play. 3 overs?
I'd imagine they might get 4. If Mutusami continues, maybe even 5. But we'll have to wait and see. It looks like Chahar has different plans.
Yeah, it depends how quickly he can get through the over. Defended there. He doesn't seem to be in a rush, does Mutusami? Unlike Krishna Bhagautam, who definitely was in a rush, late for a train of some sort perhaps. Maybe had an appointment. He was looking forward to dinner. He absolutely raced through his overs. It was, 1 minute 28 at one point? 90-second overs? That's incredible. Halfway through the over. And just defended on the bounce to Kailisha Zondo.
And Chahar looks to be an aggressive batsman. He's a good striker of the ball. Even that block shot, or forward defensive, to use the proper terms, he middled it. And
Mutasami, 50 up for him. But with the ball, this one's short and cut away. And it beats the man in the cover. That's going to race away to the boundary.
once again, Kaya Zondo just evading the half tracker. And properly dealt with, I must say. Got what it deserved. As Chahar...
2 boundaries in this over. And the single that began it all. 1 for 54. We were just praising Sinaran Mutasami in the previous over. And this over, he doesn't want to be outdone. Make sure he gets included. But good on these two for keeping the scoreboard ticking as we head towards the end of the day. Deficit now 44, slightly rounder, and it's almost the same delivery. And Mutasami is visibly upset, but he's spared his blushes there, as that one goes to Prindle and Sobrian, and no run.
Yeah, it does look as if Mutusami, there's a replay of Kaya Zonda with the dancing shoes on. Fancy move there to A very silly short extra cover point, seeing as he's evaded quite a few today. But coming back to my point, I do think Mutusame might be a bit tired, and I think he'd enjoy a nice ice bath after today's play.
Oh, definitely. He'll be marinating in that ice bath. Still, the slip persists. So, South Africa are not giving up hope just yet. This game is not done by any stretch of the imagination. Pamela to begin a new over.
Well, I said now a nice ice bath, but David, how nice can an ice bath really be? Many a fast bowler have dreaded the ice bath.
You avoid it like the plague. It's not enjoyable. Sapamla. Oh, that so nearly could have caught the edge. Kishan tried to maybe open his blade there and guide it out to the man at deep point, but missing that one. And there's a large inhale in the production box here. Sharp inhalation of breath. Close.
David, do you perhaps, as we see the replay of that shot, maybe a bit loose outside the off stump? Do you perhaps think that Kishan is trying to get a few quick runs here before the end of play? Maybe about 18 or so?
Yeah, he'd love to get a couple of overs of farming the strike. Like you said, 18. I don't think he's necessarily thinking of that. Or perhaps he shouldn't be that. But that's just a guided edge, an educated edge, and it's raced down to the third man boundary where a second slip would have been lurking. It's a welcome boundary for Kishan. There's the start. He's got 4 away from 90.
Yeah, he's 3 good hits away from a peaceful night's sleep, as we see the replay. And I must say, if this line and length is the ploy, why not have another slip in? Especially with the guy going after the wide bowling. I can't quite see the point of having a deep mid wicket if you're going to bowl outside off.
Maybe for a mistimed pull shot. Maybe that's what they're looking for. That's why they've got the man out at deep point for the mistimed cut shot. There's a long conversation. You just see the feet there of Sipamla and Janssen at the top of your screen. They were having a long conversation about what plans may be afoot. But Peter Malan will hopefully be squeaking a wicket here. Around the wicket and just defended. He'd love to squeak just another one before the close of play, and he'd love it to be Ishan Kishan.
These last couple of overs taking a huge chunk out of the deficit, now sitting at 40 with 8 overs left in the day, but with 9 minutes to play, I can't see us perhaps getting in half of that even.
Yeah, the last 10 overs producing 46 with just the 1 wicket, that of Hanuma Vihari. And minimum overs remaining 7.4, but 7.3 rather. I don't think we're going to get those. I really don't. I think we're going to get a couple of overs at best. Driven again, and there's collection work there for Marco Janssen.
Who I would love to see bowling now. I would love to see the competition between Marco Janssen and Ishan Kishan at this stage of Ishan Kishan's innings. I don't know what his plan will be, but it's going to be an interesting battle, and there's going to be a winner and there's going to be a loser. So I think it's a good idea maybe to get Marco in here for a quick over or two.
I know you're a Marco fan, but I really think that these two together, I think Michael Pretorius might be the man who takes the ball from the Willows end to complement Luto Sepamla. 228-5, 2 balls remaining in the over. Sepamla around the wicket. Driven, but just held back. He's looking for a bit of a punch shot there, and ably collected there. Just the 1 ball remaining in this over. These two have put on 21, but they've put on 21 so quickly. Game evenly poised. I think if India go to sleep this evening with Kishan at the wicket, they would feel that they're a little bit more comfortable. The deficit winnowing away. 40 left to get there, but they've got to build upon it. You can't just get to the deficit and nothing. Might we see some variety delivery here? Would it be a Yorker or will it be a bouncer? Oof. Oh, that one so close to squaring up Ishan Kishan. It's a wonderful over there from Sipamla. He's done for today, you might think. No, there's still 7 minutes. 2 more.
7 minutes left. It looks to be Mutusami. Maybe they'll try and squeeze in 3 overs if he's going to bowl the side, as Marco Jansen also approaches the crease.
Saying, Skipper, come on, give me an over here. Give me one. Come on, Skip. I think we might see. Oh, yeah. It looks
Maybe
like Marco Jansen, you called it.
Oh yes, we're in for a treat here.
Hands his hat to Captain Pieter Malan. And I wonder if he's going to come around the wickets to the right-handed Chaha. Short pitch bowling. I'm surprised they haven't put Khalihle Zondo under the helmet there. Somebody's going to have to go out to deep square leg. It's Michal Pretorius. He's gone from fine leg at the Willow's End. Now he has to make the long trek out towards that deep backward square region. Getting in his steps and his strides as well. You've got to take long strides to get out there. You just see him pop into frame. So let's call the field for you. He's going to come left arm around the wicket. Mid off, mid on. Man in the covers. Man at point. Gully, 2 slips. And then that fine leg of Michal Pretorius. There's got to be some short stuff here. Vian.
I get the feeling that maybe Chaha will play a sort of a night watchman role now, for the informed Kishan, maybe to see him through and support him. Down the leg side, it's a good idea going for the Yorker, but just sneaking down leg.
Yeah, it was a good take by Krashile. You talked about the fact that he's been under pressure from the throws in the field, but good bit of work from him there to get down to the leg side, get nice and low. The key with youngsters that may be watching at home or listening in the background is that you keep your head as low as possible. You move your head first, let the hands come with. Jansen, round the wicket. Driven hard, Pieter Malan moving round to clean up there.
And the battle we've all been waiting for. 4 balls to come from Marco Jansen around the wicket to Ishan Kishan, and I do hope Captain Pieter Malan plays his part by setting a rather aggressive field, and I think we're in for a treat now, David.
Vian, I'm concerned that you may be biased to certain matchups here. You've been calling for it. You've got your wish. Deep point in place. 1 slip and a gully, catching cover. Mid on, mid off. Another man in the cover region. Fine leg. And Khalihle Zondo at mid wicket. Marco Jansen left arm over the wicket to Ishan Kishan. It's just a standard length delivery. Bog standard. Nothing new, garden variety there. We would have hoped for a shorter one. Maybe pitch it right up in the block hole. But there are plans afoot that you nor I are privy to. Marco Jansen has an opportunity here. Take a wicket. 3 minutes left in the day's play. He comes now again. Just defends that, does Ishan Kishan. Loud applause from Michal Pretorius down there at deep backward point region. Is the short one coming here, Vian?
I don't think so. I think it's going to play in the back of Kishan's mind, but I think he's going to go for 2 full ones. Maybe throw it outside off and invite the drive. But I don't fancy a short ball here, but I'd like to see it.
Maybe a Yorker length just to mess with you. Oh, he's chucked that out very wide. So nearly could have been a wide itself. Umpire Arnu Jacobs not interested in it, but Krashile having to move right across to his left to collect that one.
Maybe a bumper coming last ball here, but it's going to be interesting. Probably a lot of scenarios playing off in Kishan's head where he might be looking for the bouncer now. So maybe a double bluff.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Oh, he's yorked him. And good stop there by Arvia to prevent anything from coming. That's the end of the 76th over. And it will be the final over for today. And Somebody's calling for a bat. Ishan Kishan calling for a bat to face 6 deliveries. He must think he might get some good use out of it.
Maybe try and go for 3 boundaries in this last over.
Finish with a flurry.
Well, he's off strike for now. Is Kishan. It's Chahar's going to face. And I get the feeling he might try and just see it out for his team.
Yeah, the last thing that India A would want to see is a wicket falling right at the 95th minute, to use a football parlance, right at the death. So the slip persists with a gully as well. Everybody's ring on the offside. On the onside is mid-on, and a man at what looks like to be a straightish mid-wicket, and then there is a man just mid-wicket side of square leg. He's on the umpire's left-hand shoulder. They're having a lovely conversation, and then there is a man down at fine leg. Ooh, up on top.
Sipamla into Char and back of a length, defended into the offside. And did he look convincingly to you there? Confident in his defense?
I think he knows how to get it done. You've got to, when you bowl fast, you must know that when people bowl fast to you, they're going to come back with whatever you've handed out to them. Maybe you just want to get on top there. Oh, he's just smashed that. That's a great stop by Peter Malan.
There's no seeing out the day for Char. If it's in his zone, he's gonna go for it. Making his intentions clear. No half measures. But a rather tense environment out there with both teams. Well, the South African team wanting something to happen, and the Indian team probably the opposite side of the spectrum.
Just 4 balls remaining in the day's play. 17:31 is the local time. 1 minute past 5:30 in the evening. And that one is ably left alone by Chaha. He's not going to be lured into anything rash here at the end of the day. And the man, the spare man, the 12th man for India A, may not actually have to bring on the bat for Ishan Kishan. Bit of an exercise in futility if Deepak Chaha is not interested in getting anything away here.
David, I'd like to see a slip or two come in at the end of the day. Maybe put some doubt in Char's mind, because if he edges it now, the chances of it going to slip is a bit less than earlier on. Maybe just put a little something on it. If he goes at it, it's high risk, high reward.
Yeah, 4 overs away. Once this over will be complete, there'll only be 3 overs tomorrow morning before a new ball can be taken. Saro Ervia into the catch and cover position. And it goes just to the left of him. But Captain Malan, since he put himself in the covers, has been very busy, not allowing himself to rest on his laurels.
Yeah, he's been good there in the cover region. I'd like to see him maybe come into a second catching cover. Keep things interesting, spice it up a bit.
Maybe the slow ball
Perhaps,
as well to go along with it, so that you're hoping that there's a mistimed push at it. But just the 2 balls remaining. 2-2-9 for 5. No, I don't want to take away any of South Africa's wickets, nor do I want to add unnecessarily to the India A total. Sipamla now, right arm over. Catch! Got him! That's exactly what you would have wanted, Vian. Late in the day, the penultimate delivery. It's taken the edge, and he's got him. Hamza takes a wonderful catch, diving to his left. Sipamla can celebrate. He's got his 3rd. How's that for late drama?
I think that's exactly what the viewers ordered. Brilliant for a cricket fan, seeing that. And that looks to be the end of play. As you see the fielders leaving the field,
So that is it from today's play. South Africa A will come back tomorrow morning to bowl a single delivery. You must almost think, Vian, that it should have been maybe just wrapped up here today. But nevertheless, that is where we find ourselves. India A 229 for 6 at the close of the day's play. And South Africa pulling it back nicely here. They will be excited to see where they can get off tomorrow morning. There's only going to be 3.1 overs before a new ball will be taken. But we look forward to every single moment of it. Umpires making their way off the field. So play comes to a close here at the Mangong Oval in Bloemfontein. And we will see you tomorrow at 10 to 10, 9:50. Don't forget that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020. We will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 to 10. Look after yourselves.